Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and Noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. And it is this association of Frigidaire and General Motors, this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American homes have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. More Frigidaire refrigerators serving more American homes than any other make. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, The Man Called X. There's the report from Cochin, China, Ken, on the latest accident at the Mekong River Dam.
Another dynamite explosion, Chief?
Right. Destroyed the new anchor block.
What does John Dreyer have to say?
He's pretty sick about it. The French government requests his services from the Bureau of Reclamation because of his terrific reputation as a hydroelectric engineer.
Now Dreyer can't get to first base building that dam across the Mekong River because of accidents. Chief, I better shove off for Cochin, China.
Well, there are American business interests in mineral deposits there, and hydroelectric power could make it a pretty productive area.
More than that, Chief. With that dam built, a couple 100,000 Annamite villagers won't be flooded out of their homes every year. They get a taste of decent living conditions for a change, of civilization.
You're right, Ken. Let's see. The nearest town is Banam Bang. I'll have Miss Brooks get your passage and, Yes, Miss Brooks?
A cablegram for Mr. Thurston, sir, from Banam Bang.
Banam Bang?
Yes, sir.
Read it out to me, please.
Yes, sir. Have rooms ready for you at King Louis Hotel, Banam Bang. I'm making all arrangements for transportation to Mekong Dam. Best regards to the Chief and Miss Brooks. It's signed, Dagon Zellschmidt.
You see, Mr. Thurston, there I was in Shanghai attending my Uncle Ahmed's coming out party.
His what?
Coming out of the clink, you understand. When I read all about this Mekong Dam, so I stowed away. I caught a fast freighter and came here to Banam Bang.
You didn't read anything about me coming here, Pagan?
Oh, there. With this American engineer, John Dreyer, building the dam, and plenty of United States money tied up in tin and copper and stuff, where else would you go when there's a lot of accidents and big explosions?
Yeah.
And besides, I got a hot business deal for you.
The only deal I'm interested in is transportation to the Mekong Dam.
Oh, I got that, too. Down there at the docks. Don't worry about it. But this business deal you're so excited about. Look, we sell insurance to the Annamite workers at the dam. We positively, absolutely guarantee they don't get knocked off by accidents or nothing.
What happens if they do?
We bury them. They can't lose. And I already paid off Honglin for plenty of protection.
Honglin?
Sure. Big shot with the natives. Takes care of the snakes. Religious stuff, you understand.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, anything he says goes. So I guess maybe you'd like to get on the basement, eh, Mr. Thurston? Or shall we say, 500 smackers?
Take on. I'll put you to work at bureau scale. $20 a day in expenses. And your first job's getting satisfactory transportation.
But, Mr. Thurston,
I can assure you, Mr. Thurston, the transportation shall be more than satisfactory.
Well,
My seaplane is moored at the dock. We can take off at any time you say.
See, Mr. Thurston, I told you I arranged for everything.
yeah.
You seem rather surprised, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, pleased might be a better word, Miss,
Betty Delacosta.
Miss Delacosta. That perfume, quite rare, isn't it? And quite expensive.
Yes. And your reasoning is quite correct, Mr. Thurston. My interest in flying you to the Mekong Dam is not financial.
Of course not. This cookie's a big shot stockholder in the Hanoi Mining Company. They'll make a fortune when that dam is built.
That's hardly the point. I'm going to marry Edward Calenda, the assistant engineer of the project, Mr. Thurston. And I don't like accidents, particularly when they happen around my fiancé.
Oh, that's understandable.
That's why I decided to fly up there with you. Perhaps together we might do something about them.
Well, I suppose I should feel flattered, but, why me?
Oh, I'm glad to know that modesty is one of the characteristics of the man called X.
Nice going, Pagon.
A trip of the tongue, you understand?
Oh, sure. Would you have any ideas as to where we might start working together, Miss Delacosta?
According to rumor, the Annamite natives think the dam is a desecration of their sacred river, the Mekong. And they'll stop at nothing to halt its construction.
Yeah, but you don't believe that.
I believe that back of every destructive deed, you'll find someone reaching for a dishonest dollar.
That's a very definite opinion. Any candidates?
You might find it interesting to check the financial condition of the man supposedly most concerned with the building of the dam. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll warm up the engines for takeoff.
Hey, there's only one guy she could be talking about.
That's right, Pagon. The guy who's responsible for me being out here. The American engineer, John Dreyer.
You'll probably find Mr. Dreyer in the construction office over there, Mr. Thurston.
You're not coming in with us, Miss Delacosta?
I'd rather not. It's been 2 weeks since I saw his wife. I'm sure you understand. So if you don't mind...
Oh, of course not.
Boy, what a sweet patootie, eh? And did you see how she goes for me?
Oh, sure, Pagon. That's why she made a beeline for Edward Calenda the minute he landed.
Oh, probably just going to break the bad news to him. Somebody's making with the guns, Mr. X.
Yeah, in the construction office. Come on.
One of my shoelaces is untied. I'll be right with you. Later, Mr. Thurston.
Okay, let's have that gun. That's better. Now, suppose we all relax and talk things over.
Who are you, mister?
My name's Ken Thurston. You Dreyer?
That's right.
And my name, sir, is Charlie Dong Ray.
What went on here, Dreyer?
This two-faced crook was trying to get me to buy second-grade building material for the dam. Wanted me to take a split of the graft. When I told him what he could do with that kind of a proposition, he pulled that gun on me.
I'm afraid Mr. Dreyer is falsifying before his own gods. He asked me to supply inferior materials so we could share the profits. When I refused, he threatened me. I drew the gun in self-defense.
Why, you dirty
Hold it,
lying...
Dreyer. We won't get anywhere that way.
You're quite right, Mr. Thurston. But it might be well to remember that inferior materials may go into the building of a man as well as a dam. In Mr. Dreyer's case, that could mean disaster to my people. That is something I shall not allow to happen, Mr. Thurston. Even though it may mean I must deal forcefully with you as well as Mr. Dreyer. Good day, gentlemen.
There she is, Thurston, the Mekong River, the baby we're going to tie down, if we have no more accidents.
What about those accidents, Dryer? You got a theory?
I don't believe in theories, Thurston. I work on facts.
That sounds like you have a few.
I have.
About the Annamites?
About Ed Calenda, my assistant.
Oh?
He wanted the dam built 100 miles farther downstream.
Because he thought it was a better location.
That's what he said, but I understand he has an interest in rice plantations down there.
I see. If he could sell his land as a site for the dam...
He'd make a fortune. And ever since we started building here, he's been beefing about changing the site, saying the Annamites here won't ever let us finish it.
Which brings us right back to those accidents, huh?
Particularly the last one. The explosion. Calenda has charge of the dynamite stores in this job. Those enough facts for you?
I think I might have a little talk with him.
You'll find him in my tent. He's working on some reports in there tonight.
I'm not certain that talk will be good enough, Mr. Thurston.
Oh? Well. Hello.
Mamo, I thought I told you to stop hanging around here. Now get out before I...
Wait a minute, Dryer. Who's this girl?
Name's Mamo. Brought up in the mission at Banham, but she's full of the same cockeyed superstition that all the others have. About the Mekong being a sacred
I have
river.
never said that I believed in my people's superstitions, Mr. Dryer. I do, however, believe in their right to worship as they choose. I bring a message to you, Mr. Thurston, from Hong Lin.
Hong Lin, that's the snake man, isn't it?
Yes, and he speaks for my people. They ask that this desecration of the sacred Mekong cease at once.
Now, you're an educated girl, Memo. You don't believe that the construction of the dam means that?
I believe that whatever brings happiness and contentment to my people is good for them. Whatever brings them sorrow is evil.
But that's why this is so important to them. It'll bring electric power for their farms, lights for their homes, modern civilization. You've got to make them understand that.
I am afraid those things are not enough, Mr. Thurston.
Not enough? What more do you want?
My people's happiness, Mr. Dryer. What good is your modern civilization if it teaches them greed and destruction? Why give them electric lights to see by when all they will see is deceit and treachery?
And you believe the dam is bringing all that to them, Memo?
You're a wise man, Mr. Thurston. I think you may learn the truth of what I say from Edward Calenda.
Calenda?
Meanwhile, remember that my people still believe that if the construction continues, the curse of the evil one Shiva will descend upon them. They will do everything possible to prevent that. Good night.
What do you make of that, Dryer?
Those threats aren't going to stop me from building that dam.
Maybe not. But we ought to take the young lady's advice.
Now, look here, Thurston. If you think I'm going to quit...
I think we'd better have that talk with Calenda.
There's my tent, Thurston. The one with the lamp lighted inside. Calenda's still in there.
Yeah, I see a shadow against the tent wall.
Look at that. Supposed to be making out reports, and he falls asleep over the desk.
He's not sleeping, Dryer.
What do you mean he's not sleeping? Good Lord. That spear. Driven through the tent wall into his back.
Yeah.
So that's what Mamo meant. Her people thought Calenda was responsible for the dam, and they killed him.
No, Dryer. To anyone standing outside this tent, the shadow on the wall wasn't Calenda's. It was yours.
Mine?
Yeah. Somebody made a mistake. They killed the wrong man.
Just a moment, we'll continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. Think how you have to crowd things into the refrigerator you're using now, and then think of this. New Frigidaire refrigerators give you up to 50% more food storage space in the same kitchen space. Yes, Frigidaire's completely new design gives you a refrigerator that's far bigger on the inside. So no matter what the size of your kitchen or how large your family, now you can have that extra refrigerator room you need. You get a refrigerator that matches your needs exactly, too, because Frigidaire offers you a wide variety of types and sizes, all with extra room for storing foods, all powered by the famous Meter Miser, simplest cold-making mechanism ever built. In addition, Deluxe-type Frigidaire refrigerators, for example, give you such important features as a big, full-width super freezer chest for frozen foods, a handy sliding basket drawer for eggs and small packages, special cooling system for keeping all foods at their best, and many others. Remember all the advantages that Frigidaire puts into the refrigerators it makes for you. And always remember, too, ask to see the name Frigidaire when you ask to see a new refrigerator. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. The giant dam being built across the Mekong River in Cochin, China, will bring the blessings of power and light of modern civilization to the long-suffering and backward Annamite peoples. But the Annamites have been told that the dam is a desecration of their sacred river. Edward Calenda, assistant engineer, lies dead with a native spear buried in his back. Now it's the following morning in the construction office. Ken faces John Dreyer, the engineer in charge, and Betty Della Costa, the dead man's fiancée.
You're sure you want to stay on here, Betty?
I do not intend to leave, Mr. Thurston, till I learn who is responsible. I shall spend my entire fortune if necessary to bring him to justice.
You don't have to, Miss Della Costa. The blueprint's clear. The Annamites are behind it.
I wouldn't be too sure, Dreyer. What effect is this going to have on the construction work?
It'll make it plenty tough for me, if that's what you mean, but we can still go ahead. Matter of fact, we're going to pour the concrete for the new anchor block tonight.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll pay a little visit to Hong Lin.
Hong Lin, the snake man?
That's right.
How do you figure he fits into this picture?
I'm going to learn if he's being paid off to stir up this trouble. If there's any Western gold mixed up with the curse of Shiva.
Here we are, Mr. X. Hong Lin's own personal island.
Good. Let's get ashore.
There's his hut, right up ahead there on the path.
Yeah, I see it. Who else lives here with him, Pagan?
Nobody, just him and his snakes. Got them all locked up in cages. Boy, what a screwball. Him and that Charlie Dong Bay.
Dong Bay.
You know that guy who tried to bump off Dreyer? One of his boys told me he visits with Hong Lin. Maybe they play chess or something.
Uh-huh.
Here's the hut. Nobody home, huh?
Let's go in and make sure.
Boy, it's blacker in here than in my Uncle Ahmed's soul.
Your eyes will get used to it, Annette. You smell anything?
How can I smell anything when I can't even see? And I got snakes in my brain so much I almost think there's a couple of crawling around. Yes, there is.
Look up, Hickok!
Where's the door? Let me out of here! Let me out!
Relax, you idiot. I got them. Two beautiful king cobras.
Cobras? Oh, they're even worse than rattlesnakes. Boy, what a close shave accident.
Accident. Look at those snake pens.
I think... Hey, somebody left them open.
Yeah. Somebody expected us, Pagan. And left those snakes to welcome us. Send those radiograms to the chief, Pagan. Use the commissioner shortwave station at Panam. Then bring the answers back to me at the dam.
But maybe the snake man's still after us. You might need me to protect you.
I don't think so. Look back at the island.
At the island? What's to see there but those two vultures settling down on... Vultures? Mr. X.
Yeah. I don't think we'll have to worry about the snake man any longer. So you already knew that Hongling was dead, Dryer.
That's right, Thurston.
This native girl, Mamo, she brought us the news, Ken.
How did you know about it, Memo?
The word has spread like a wildfire through the village, Mr. Thurston. It is proof to my people that the curse of Shiva has fallen. Nothing can stop them now from seeking the destruction of the dam.
Except maybe the truth. That Honglin was paid to spread that story and was killed to stop him from telling me who paid him.
It may be as you say, Mr. Thurston, but mere words cannot stop them now.
Maybe not. But if you'll take me to your village, I'd like to try.
I have but one objective in life, Mr. Thurston. To see that my people are made happy. Yes, I shall take you to my village.
You're a fool if you go, Thurston.
He's right, Ken. When I think of what happened to Eduardo.
I'll take my chances. Dryer, get that concrete poured. Once that anchor block is up and no curses fall, we'll have proof of the Anamites.
We'll start pouring at midnight, Thurston.
Good. All right, Memo.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Boy, have I got news for you.
You got those answers from the chief?
Have I got answers? You know what those radio messages say? Listen to this.
Never
one.
mind, Pagan. I'll read them for myself. So that's it. All right, Memo, Pagan, let's go. By the way, Dryer, the chief says you filed a petition in bankruptcy before coming out here.
Yeah, that's right. I'm an engineer, not a businessman. I made a few bad investments. What's that got to do with you?
Oh, nothing. Only I'd hate to see anything stop that concrete from being poured at midnight.
I don't get it, Mr. X. We start out for the village, and then all of a sudden you send that Mamo ahead. And we come back here to the dam. What gives, anyway?
That's what I came back to find out.
Huh?
Suppose I asked you to stop that concrete from being poured a few minutes from now. Could you do it?
There will be a slight consideration involved?
Naturally.
Then it's a cinch. You see how they got the mixers way up on top there? And they're going to pour that cement down here into those giant mold things? I'll get a couple of sticks of dynamite from the powder house and put them at the bottom of the mold forms. That'll do it fine. Wait for me, Mr. Thurston. I'll be right back.
Don't bother, Pagan. Somebody else beat you to it.
Huh?
Look over there, near the entrance to the mold forms.
You did? Mr. X, you see who that is?
Yeah. Let's go over and pay our respects. Hello, Dongbei.
Mr. Thurston.
Kind of dangerous playing with dynamite, isn't it?
Not if one knows how to handle it properly, Mr. Thurston. Merely takes a slight twist of the wrist.
Oh, drop that knife, Dongbei. Drop it. Oh. Get it, Pagan.
It's as good as got. Huh? You know, Mr. X, I knew all the time this no good was mixed up in this.
Yeah. His shining words about his people got a little tarnished, Pagan. With gold.
Sure, he got mad on Dryer because he wouldn't split the graft 50-50.
He only tried that to frame Dryer and get him thrown off the project. What he really wanted was to sell some rice lands to the French government, 100 miles downstream.
But Dryer said Colenda owned those lands.
No, Pagan, they belong to someone else.
Yes, that is quite correct, Mr. Thurston. And in return for my freedom, I shall be happy to disclose everything to you.
You won't get any deal from me, Dongbei.
But as proof of my good intentions, I can give you the name of that person now. In return, I only...
Mr. X! Where did those shots come from?
From the entrance of the mold forms. Hello, Betty.
Is that father coming over to join me, gentlemen? We shall join Charlie Dongbei instead.
Wouldn't think of it, Betty.
You're not too surprised to see me, Ken.
Why should I be? Only you and Dryer knew I was going to Hong Lin's. One of you prepared that snake trap. And Dryer doesn't wear perfume.
The scent was still in the hut?
Yeah. You know, Betty, your window dressing was perfect. No one would suspect the rich young Miss Della Costa of any ulterior motives.
In what way did you think I had one?
You went just a little too far. Talked just a little too much about your lack of financial interest, your fortune. There was only a phony about it. And the chief's radiogram told me what it was.
Hey, that's right. It told all about the gambling she was doing on the stock market. All the dough she lost.
You were losing control of your stock in the Hanoi Mining Company, Betty. I needed big money to recoup. Money you could get by selling that rice land was a site for that dam. So you tried everything you knew to get it moved down there, even to killing Dryer.
Dryer? But it was Colenda who got the
That
door.
was a mistake, Pagan. The shadow on the wall fooled the killer. Which one of your stooges did it, Betty? Honglin or Dongbei?
It happened to be Dong Bay, Ken. Not that it matters. The knowledge will do you very little good now.
Betty, better check with the commissioner from Benam before you pull that trigger. His men have this place surrounded.
Sir, what is this, a trick?
It is not trick, mademoiselle. I have warrants for your arrest on charges of sabotage and murder. You will please to surrender at once.
Surrender? I don't think so, Commissioner.
Get down, Pagon.
Monsieur Thurston, you are all right.
Yeah, but never mind me. Get the girl.
But she has run into the mold forms, monsieur. She will get away at the other end.
No, Commissioner. No, she won't get away.
Mr. Rex, that noise.
Yeah. That's right, Pagon. They've started to pour the concrete.
She's buried. Buried under all that concrete.
So, Mr. Thurston,
Yes, Mama. You heard?
everything. As did the council for my village. My people and I. We shall never be able to thank you enough.
Don't try. When that dam gets built, I'll have thanks enough.
You need worry no longer, Mr. Thurston. Good night, and may God bless you and your nation for what you have done for us.
Mr. X,
Huh?
that girl's really civilized.
Of course she is, Pagan. Mama was reared humbly in the heart of Asia. And Betty Della Costa among the advantages of a modern world. But one thought only of her people. The other only of herself. Which one was really civilized? Sometimes it makes you wonder.
Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer. We invite you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric appliances. Refrigerators, ranges, water heaters, home freezers, the new automatic washer, dryer, ironer, and many other Frigidaire refrigerating and air conditioning products for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories.
A Frigidaire automatic washer. That's what I want next, Mr. Niles.
You'll like it as well as your Frigidaire refrigerator, and that's saying a lot. When you're at your Frigidaire dealers, ask to see the new Frigidaire automatic clothes dryer and electric ironer, too. Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Many people in Europe and elsewhere are desperately in need of food and clothing. If you would like to help, send $10 to the relief organization CARE, and a well-chosen package of food or clothing will be delivered in your name to some needy family in the country of your choice. That's CARE, spelled C-A-R-E, and the address is simply New York City. Thanks for being with us. Next week, The Girl Who Didn't Remember, a most unusual story filled with mystery and suspense about a $50 million theft and a secret locked in the mind of... Oh, but why not listen to it and hear for yourself? As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by D. Engelbach, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall and Maurice Zimm. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Rush, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos. Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. And here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the huge defensive plans of the great nations getting into stride, spies have been sent into many countries with orders to secure the location, nature, and efficiency of air defenses. This is easily explained. Modern warfare depends much on the element of surprise. If an attacking nation could know her foe's air defense, it would be possible to strike with a surprise attack that would even end a war before the enemy could strike a blow. Such is the background of my story. Here is John Holbrook.
Thank you, K7. Recently, Special Agent Z was called upon by the authorities of a nation whose air defense plans had been mysteriously stolen. Our story begins as Agent Z and his assistant, Patricia Norwood, discuss the case.
Pat, this begins to look like a difficult assignment. The man or woman who stole the air defense plans is clever.
Have you made any headway, Z?
Oh, not much, I'm afraid. I've talked to a great many officials today. One copy of the air defense plans has disappeared. No one knows from whom it was stolen.
But I should think it would be easy to trace.
Well, it would be under ordinary conditions, but someone is covering up. The men who handle the plans are all high officials. Most of them have assistants and secretaries. The plans were all kept in one safe. Naturally, when one set disappears, each person involved is sure that he and his staff is free from blame.
But there must be some...
What's the matter, Pat?
Z.
Yes?
Z, we're being watched.
You sure?
Positive. There's a man at the other end of the room. I saw him when you gave me my instructions this morning. When I went to the War Office to meet you, I saw him there, and now he's here.
The one reading the newspaper?
Yes. He was watching us over its top a minute ago.
Well, then, Pat, I've got a plan. Perhaps we can make him give us our first lead.
How?
Now, listen. I want you to do just as I tell you. In a minute, we'll get up and walk toward him. When we get to where he can hear us, I want you to tell me that you're not satisfied, that you can make more money operating alone.
Do you mean you want me to quit?
That's exactly what I want you to do, Pat. I'll leave you and tell you that you'll have to make up your mind. As soon as I've gone, sit down at the writing desk and write a note to me, telling me that we're through working together.
Oh, Z, what are you driving at?
I want that man to see the note. So when it's written, spill some ink on it. Then throw it in the wastebasket and write another. Call a boy and send it to me.
Do you think he'll pick the first note out of the basket?
Yeah, he will if he's following us. And as soon as the boy is on his way to me with the second note, go to your rooms and wait. You'll probably get a message.
And you?
I'll do the same thing. And, Pat, one thing. If nothing happens, I'll call you tomorrow. But no matter what reaction you get, keep me informed.
All right, Z.
Do whatever you're asked to do, but be sure that I know about it. I'll take care of the rest. You see, Pat, I think I've got the answer to this case. And if I'm right, at least one high official... Well, I won't go into that now. You ready?
Yes.
Then we'll walk toward him. Start arguing.
All right. I'm sorry, but I'm going to leave you.
Well, you can't. If you think I should pay you more...
That's one of the reasons. But you can't pay me enough. I can make as much money as you do working by myself. That's the way I'm going to work from now on.
Well, think about it. I'm going to my hotel. As soon as you've made up your mind, drop me a note.
I have made up my mind. I'm leaving you.
Well, write me a note. You're angry now. You may change your mind the next hour. I'll be at my hotel if you do.
So he wants a note. All right, he'll get one. Boy, bring me some paper.
Pat followed Z's instructions. She wrote one note, crushed it, and threw it into the wastepaper basket. Then she wrote a second and sent it to Z. As soon as she left the writing desk, the man she suspected picked the first note from the basket and left the hotel. A few minutes later, he called at a large apartment in another part of the city.
Why have you come here? I told you to telephone. It is dangerous.
Close the door. This is important. Special Agent Z and his assistant have separated.
What do you mean?
This note. Look at it. I heard them arguing. Then he left. A minute later, she wrote this. It blotted and she had to do it over again. Read it.
Agent Z, I've made up my mind. I'm going to look for my own assignments from now on. I can make more money working alone. There is no use of us discussing further. It's signed Patricia Norwood. You're sure this is not a trick?
The girl was angry. I could tell.
Then perhaps we can use her. Yes, I'm sure we can. I'll write a note asking her to come here.
What is your plan?
Listen, I'll hire her and get her to drive my car across the border tonight. She will carry the air defense plans.
Is it safe?
Let me finish. The plans will be placed in the car's upholstery. As soon as she's in her car, I will notify the general. He will have her arrested.
Arrested? But what will that gain?
Don't you understand? They will have their plans back, but I will have my copies. As soon as she's arrested, I can come and go as I like. I will deliver my duplicate plans.
But she will say that you hired her.
And you think the general will believe? Not when I tell him that she's only trying to blame me. The plan is perfect. The general will get his original plans, which I stole from him. That's all he wants. We'll have the copy.
That is good.
Then we must act.
An hour later, Pat talked with the woman spy, Zola Venturva.
I've been in many countries, my dear. I know many people. One of them, whose name I can't mention, told me of the work you and Special Agent Z did for him. I saw you at your hotel this afternoon. That's why I've sent for you.
What do you want me to do?
It is a delicate mission. You will have to work with me alone. Will your friend Agent Z allow that?
I am no longer connected with Agent Z.
Oh, I see. That's interesting. I will tell you what I want you to do. We must cross the border, you and I. Tomorrow we will meet my uncle. He's important.
Oh, he's not in this country.
No, but it's not far. Tomorrow we'll get to him. He'll tell us what we're to do. It is a delicate mission. Are you willing to attempt it? It will pay well.
Then I'll take it.
Good. You can drive an automobile.
Yes, of course.
Then here is my plan. We need my car, but tonight I must go to a diplomatic dinner. You take my car and drive across the border. After my dinner, I will take a plane. Tomorrow, we will meet at my uncle's. Is it arranged?
You want me to drive your car?
Yes. I wouldn't have time myself. Will you do it?
The plan seems all right to me.
Good. Then go to your hotel and pack. My car will be delivered to you. Miss Norwood, I'm so glad to have found you. Together we will be successful. Goodbye, my dear. I'll meet you tomorrow.
3 hours later, Pat was on her way, driving a long black roadster that had been provided for her. As soon as Zola Venturva was sure her plan was working, she telephoned the high-ranking military official.
Zola, is that you?
Yes, General. I have some information for you. I told you I would help you. You, Zola, could not let you down.
You have heard more?
Yes. This afternoon. I told you that I had seen a woman whom I knew as a spy.
You have seen her again?
A few minutes ago. I followed her for you. She rented a car and is driving across the border. She has the plans with her. I saw her slip them behind the seat cushions, have her arrested and searched at the border.
Several hours passed. At midnight, Z received a visitor in his room.
Well, General, I'm surprised to see you at this hour. Come in.
I came to tell you that we have recovered the air defense plans.
Oh, they've been returned?
The spy who stole them has been caught. She was trying to leave the country. We arrested her at the border.
Well, then I guess you won't need me anymore. Oh, by the way, what was her name?
She was your assistant, Patricia Norwood.
Oh, you must be mistaken.
Oh, we know the whole story, Z. Somehow she stole the plans. Then she told you she was going to work alone. We even have her note to you.
You seem to have a complete case against her, General. However, I doubt that you know the whole story.
What do you mean?
Wait. Perhaps this is the call I've been waiting for. If it is, I'll explain fully. Hello? Yes, this is Agent Z. Good. Bring her up here. The General is with me.
Who was that?
A man from military intelligence, General. He's bringing the real spy here.
Miss Norwood here?
Not Miss Norwood. Your fiancée, Zola Venturva.
What are you saying, sir?
I'm telling you that you've been a fool, General. Zola Venturva was the one who took your plans.
What?
She took them and made copies. Then she arranged Miss Norwood's arrest, knowing that as soon as you had your precious plans back, there would be no further search. She was going to carry them out of the country when you and she went on your honeymoon. And you were actually going to be used to deliver your own plans to your enemies.
It's a lie.
Here is Miss Venturva. Ask her, General.
Zola, this man accuses you of...
It is true. Here are your plans, General.
Zola, do you know what this means? What's the matter?
Goodbye, General. I've taken what I carried in this silver box. It's easier than the firing squad.
Catch her, she's falling.
Well, perhaps it's for the best, General. You have your plans. There will be no trial. Those who believe in you will never know what a fool you've been.
Such stories of intrigue are not unusual. Neither are such attempts to steal important military and naval plans. Zola Venturva was a modern Matahara who failed. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to poke a hole in the Iron Curtain with just one weapon, a little white pill. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, Bill Sorensen was arrested in the Balkans the other day.
Bill Sorensen? He and I used to be roommates at the Naval Academy.
I know. That's why you're elected.
Elected to what?
Sorensen was arrested on charges of espionage. His trial started today. He's confessed to a lot of things, among them being a member of Naval Intelligence.
What? Now, look, if Sorensen were a member of Naval Intelligence, that's the last thing in the world he'd ever admit, Commissioner.
I know. Now, Steve, we think Sorensen's under the influence of a certain drug. We think it's a new one that makes you say anything you've been told to say. Now, if we're right, if that's the drug that's being used, here's the antidote. This little white pill.
Sounds like a lot of ifs, Commissioner.
I know, but that's all you got to work on, Steve.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You're not trying to tell me I'm supposed to go over to the Balkans and give Sorensen this pill, are you?
Yes, he's being held in a jail in the city of Zava.
Look, isn't there anyone who can help me?
Yes. Here's a torn page out of a book, Steve. Take it to the Benesh bookshop in Zava. You'll find help there. Now, Steve, get over there. Administer the antidote to Sorensen, and then get him and yourself out of there if possible. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in just a moment. But first, a word from Frank Martin, the Wheaties man.
Say, speaking of Wheaties, breakfast of champions, if you've got a small baseball player around your house, the kind who comes in from the corner lot barely in time for supper, we've got a message for him. It's from Jackie Robinson, pride of the Brooklyn Dodgers, and a Wheaties fan. My advice on training, Jackie Robinson says, is to start young, get lots of Wheaties, nourishing, swell eating. And you bet they are. Wheaties, nourishing, vitamins, minerals, food energy. You can't beat whole wheat for nourishment. And you can't beat Wheaties for whole wheat. For kids, for grown-ups. Well, there you are. Whole wheat flakes with milk and fruit. This champion recommends them. If you've got a growing-up champion on hand, dish them out and have some yourself, huh? Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent.
Yeah, this is a job I'm going to love. I can see that already. Steve Mitchell, armed with a book page and a pill, saves the day. But the only thing that's worrying me is who's going to save Steve Mitchell. It's Tuesday when I get to the Benesh bookshop in Zarva. I flash the torn book page to Benesh, and he leads me into the back room.
Here you are, Mitchell, the floor plan of the prison. Study it carefully.
Hey, brother. This makes Alcatraz look like a country club.
Now, here is the cell on the third floor where Sorensen is imprisoned. On the floor, directly below, is the courtroom where his trial is being held.
Yeah, and here's the nearest outside door on the ground floor below the courtroom.
Yes, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, there will be a truck outside the door, but it can only stay there for 3 minutes. The trial will continue all afternoon. If you and Sorensen can get to that door around 5, you can make your escape in that truck.
Well, you've told me how to get out of the place, but you've omitted a couple of small details, like how am I going to get into the place? And how am I going to slip this pill to Sorensen?
How you give him the pill will have to be up to you, Mitchell. But this camera And these forged identification papers identify you as an employee of World Photos, and you will be given admittance to the trial.
I see. Look, have you any idea what Sorensen found out that they didn't want him to know?
I do not know. But you had better get over to the prison, Mitchell. You have no time to lose. Remember, the truck will be waiting outside the gate at 5 this afternoon.
May I have your attention, please? Quiet! Please. Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself to the press. I am Colonel Mitro, commandant of this prison. Now, I have gathered your reporters and photographers together in order to examine your papers. You, sir, I will start with you.
Me?
Yes, your papers, please.
Well, here they are.
So, yes, they appear to be in order. One moment while I check my list. Yes, your name is on it. Here is your pass, which will admit you to the trial.
Thank you, Colonel.
One moment, please.
What's the matter?
Matter? Nothing is the matter. I merely wish to inform you that one of your colleagues is here.
My colleagues?
Yes, another representative of World Photos.
Oh, I see. Well, it's a pretty large outfit, Colonel, and I've...
There she is over there. Miss Travnik.
Oh, look, don't bother.
You called me Colonel Mitro?
Yes. Here is a colleague of yours, Miss Travnik, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, really?
You will excuse me now. I must examine the rest of the credentials. You over there, may I see your face?
Your face looks familiar, Mr. Mitchell. I believe we have met before, haven't we?
I don't know, have we?
Perhaps in Vienna last year.
Yeah, perhaps.
How long have you been working for World Photos?
Oh, not very long. How about you?
5, 6 years. Strange. We should have run into each other several times, both working for the same company.
Well, it's sort of a big outfit, you know.
Yes, but even so...
All your papers are in order, ladies and gentlemen. And now, if you will follow me, I would like to conduct you on a brief tour of our prison. We want all of you people to see what a model prison this is. How every comfort is provided for each prisoner. In our spotless kitchen down there at the end of the hall are prepared tasty and nourishing meals which here, you will be able to see and judge for yourselves. Krupal.
Yes, Colonel?
Krupal, show the people the fine food you are carrying on that tray.
Yes, Colonel.
There. As you see, ladies and gentlemen, it is quite a tasty lunch. To which prisoner are you taking this tray, Krupal?
To the self-confessed spy and enemy of... enemy of
the people, Krupal.
Enemy of the people, Colonel.
Yes. You see? We show mercy even to confessed spies like this Sorensen. You may go now, Krupa.
Thank you, Colonel.
And now we will resume our tour. On the right, you see the administration officers. Notice how clean and efficient. And on the left...
Hey, Krupar.
Yes?
Would you like to have your picture taken?
My picture? Oh, but of course, that would be nice.
Sure. Servant of the people carries food to enemy of the people. Here. Just hold it a second like that. There.
Oh, thank
wait,
you.
Wait a minute. I want one of you without the tray. Here, I'll take it. That sure looks like a good lunch. Stew, hot tea. I'll just set the tray on the floor. Whoops.
Oh, please be careful, sir.
That's okay. I just spilled a little tea into the saucer. I'll pour it back. There we are.
Oh, I hope it is all right. The colonel would be furious if anything happened to that specially prepared lunch.
Specially prepared? Why, I thought these were the kind of meals you served all the time, even to the enemies of the people, Krupar.
Yes, of course. I forgot.
Mr. Mitchell.
Huh? Oh, Colonel Mitro.
Mr. Mitchell, may I inquire what you are doing?
Why, just snapping some pictures of Krupar here.
No harm was intended, Colonel.
It is the firm policy of this prison that all members of the press will stay together under my supervision.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Colonel. Well, let's resume the grand tour. We finished the tour, then go into the courtroom to wait for the trial. I'm sweating it out, wondering if Sorensen has drunk the tea I'd slipped the pill into, and if so, how long before the antidote will take effect. Then a husky guard leads Sorensen into the courtroom. They sit him down about 6 feet from me. I have to keep my camera covering part of my face because if Sorensen is still under the effect of the drug and spots me, he'll probably spill all about me. A gent with a face like a vulture starts hammering questions at Sorensen, and his answer sounds like he's reading them out of a book.
Is that not true?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Sorensen, it is also true that you own a marine construction company.
Yes, it is true.
Now, this company undertakes the construction of various piers and also repairs boats.
Yes.
But actually, this company is but a front for your espionage activities directed by you.
Yes, that is true.
Now, tell the court the exact nature of your espionage activities.
I spied on ship movements at the waterfront. I also kept records of troop movements.
Go on.
I spied
Go on.
No. Wait a minute. What am I saying? No, that's not true. I've never done any spying.
The prisoner will confine him.
No, I'm not a spy.
Answer the question.
I run a legitimate business. I've never engaged in this.
Order!
Take your hands off.
Take the prisoner.
I tell you, I'm not a spy.
The courtroom's in an uproar. The guards yank Sorensen out of his seat, and just then our eyes meet. Sorensen droops one eyelid for a second and then turns to go. The antidote has worked. He's okay now, and now is my chance. I shoulder my way through the crowd into the hall. A lot of people are milling around. I get to Sorensen and the guard just as they reach the elevator.
What do you want? Stand back.
Sorry, Buster. Come on, Sorensen. Let's get to the elevator fast.
Okay, Steve. Oh, brother, am I glad to see you. What happened?
They had you drugged, Bill. I slipped an antidote into the tea they brought you. Look, our only chance is to get to the ground floor and out to the truck at the gate before they sound the alarm.
Here we are.
Good. The hall's deserted. They're probably still milling around upstairs. Come on.
That door down at the end of the hall, Steve. Does that lead outside?
Yeah, there should be a truck waiting there for us. Here we are. Oh, great. It's locked.
What?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be open.
Steve.
Huh?
Somebody's unlocking the door from the outside.
Yeah, brother, we better get lost.
Ah, here they are.
My guard and another one with him.
Come on.
Solidi! Yes, both of you. We will not hesitate to shoot. So, you would escape, huh? But the little plan did not work. And now you will have a cellmate, Mr. Sorensen.
Wheaties now. Are you with them? All over this big, wide country, people are going to be shaking the Wheaties into the cereal bowls tomorrow morning. All over the country. In big houses, little houses, penthouses, ranch houses. Because all different kinds of people, no matter what they do, know that a good breakfast can help them do it better. If you're going to do the ironing tomorrow, or if you've got a tough day ahead, do it better all morning with the help of Wheaties for breakfast. Yep, first you need your Wheaties. Farmers can farm better, drillers can drill better, plumbers can plumb better with a better breakfast. You start with these likable little flakes of whole wheat, and you work better all morning long. Crisp, and they're crackling with energy. Fresh, and they're bouncing with nourishment. Just pour the Wheaties into the bowl, sugar them, cream them, strawberry them if you want to. See if you don't feel the difference. Tomorrow, start with Wheaties and work happy. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
We have done well, Varys. We have captured not only Sorensen, but the man who was helping him escape.
The colonel will be pleased with us.
Run, tell him at once. I will hold my gun on these two while you're gone.
Very well.
Well, thanks for the try anyway, Steve.
That's okay. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
But it will, Mitchell.
Huh?
Go quickly.
Hey, what do you mean?
Hey, wait a minute. Don't tell me you're the boy that they told me would help me inside the prison.
Yes, when you grabbed Sorensen from me at the elevator, I was not expecting you would hit me so hard.
What?
That is why it took me so long to get down here and open the door for you.
Oh, brother, now I've seen everything.
But you must hurry. The truck is waiting for you over there.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, guard. Thanks a lot.
One moment.
Huh?
He hit me.
Again?
I must have some reason for allowing you to escape. Hurry, you have not much time. As soon as they discover you got away, they will set off the alarm.
Well, okay. This is a pretty poor way to show my appreciation, but thanks. Anyway, come on, Sorensen. We spot the truck outside, dive into it, and roar through the prison gates. A siren splits the air, and the gates clang shut behind us. We turn into the highway, and I jam the accelerator down to the floorboard. Get down, that's machine gun.
What about you?
I'd sure give a lot for an automatic pilot in this buggy right now.
Steve!
I'm okay, just a little broken glass in the face. There. We're out of sight for a little while now, but they'll be coming after us. We've got to ditch this car and take off to the city on foot.
Listen, they're coming after us, all right.
Hey, wait a minute. Those low-hanging trees on the side of the road.
Steve, watch it! Tree trunk ahead!
I see it.
You know, Steve, I thought we used to get into scrapes when we were plebes at the Naval Academy, but they didn't hold a candle to this.
Yeah? Well, midshipman, you better come up with an operation plan right now as to where we're heading. You got any ideas?
Yeah, my fiancé's brother. He's a black market operator, has a hideout in town.
Well, lead the way.
Steve, I've stumbled onto something hot. There's a Navy task force cruising in the eastern Mediterranean heading this way.
You mean one of ours?
That's right. And sometime tonight, they're going to run into some mines.
What? How do you know?
Well, the other day, I spotted a fishing boat down at the waterfront. It looked phony to me, so I did a little snooping. It was a mine layer. I got close enough to pick up a little of their conversation. Their plan was to lay a few mines in the path of the task force. Afterward, they could always claim they were floating mines from the last war.
Oh, great. Look, have you any idea where they laid the mines?
Well, from what I picked up, I think I could locate them on a chart, but somehow we've got to get word to that task force, Steve.
Yeah, that isn't going to be easy.
Here we are, Steve.
Who is there?
Sorensen.
Sorensen. Quick, come inside.
Okay, come on, Steve. Travnik, this is Steve Mitchell. He arranged my escape.
But where is Eva?
Eva, what do you mean?
Well, I thought she would be with you.
Why?
Well, she said she had worked out escape plan for you.
What?
She went to the jail posing as photographer. She had little red truck with her.
Wait a minute. Eva Travnik.
Yes, my sister, Sorensen's fiancée.
Holy smoke, that's the girl I met in the prison. She was posing as another representative of World Photos.
She was what?
Yes, she had little red truck, and she was going to try and arrange an escape.
Steve, I'm going back there. They'll hold her as your accomplice.
No, you're not.
Eva's in trouble. I tell you, I'm going back.
Don't be a fool.
Get out of my way, Steve.
Look, if anyone goes back there, it's going to be me.
Well, but you can't...
Look, you've got to plot the position of those mines on a chart and get word out somehow. I'll see what I can do about Eva.
But how can we get word out? They probably got the telephone switchboard tapped.
Yeah, and they probably got the depot covered, too.
Wait a minute. Hey, why didn't I think of it? Travnik's plane.
What?
Like I told you, Travnik here's a black market operator. He does a lot of flitting around undercover. He's got a little plane stashed out at a cow pasture just outside of town.
Yes. You see, Mitchell, I do not approve of the government in power here, so unknown to them, I make them pay me for the privilege of remaining in power.
Well, if we could get out of here by plane, we might be able to contact the task force by radio. Travnik, I guess it's up to you. Look, you say you like to make the government pay you. Well, this would cost them plenty, but I'm afraid there wouldn't be any dough in it for you.
That's what bothers me. But men once told me there were other things in life besides money. Perhaps this will give me a chance to find out if he was right. Very well. I will try to get you out.
Good. Write down the location of the cow pasture where you've got the plane. Sorensen, get out a chart and plot the position of those mines.
You gonna go after Eva?
I'm gonna try. You two, get out to the plane and get it warmed up. And if I'm not there in 1 hour, well, don't wait for me. I take back streets and cut across fields. 20 minutes later, I get to the road outside the prison. They've set up a searchlight and a roadblock. And there are a long line of parked cars and trucks. The guards are checking them one at a time. I spot Eva's red truck, the third one back from the roadblock. I've got to act fast. Then I see a lieutenant in a heavy overcoat standing on my side of the road. I ease over.
Halt!
Lieutenant.
Who are you?
One of the reporters covering the trial, Lieutenant. There's a body over here.
A body? Where? Show me.
It's in the bushes.
But I don't see any body. What is it?
Right here, Lieutenant. It's going to be yours. I slip on the lieutenant's coat and cap. Then I run over to Eva's truck and jump onto the running board.
What do you... Wait. It's Steve Mitchell.
Yeah. Pull out a line and head for the roadblock.
But they will stop us.
Maybe not if they don't get a good look at me. Come on.
All right.
Keep going slowly. Straight ahead.
Halt! All cars and trucks ought to be jammed.
Colonel Mitro's orders.
Oh, forgive me, Lieutenant. Proceed.
Speed up. You know how to get to that cow pasture where your brother keeps his plane?
Yes, Steve.
Okay, head for it, and don't spare the horses.
There it is. They've moved it out of the barn.
Come on, hurry.
Eva! Eva, you okay?
Yes, Bill.
Get in. We're all ready to take off.
Okay.
All set?
Yeah, let her go. Hey, look ahead of us. On the field.
Police cars. They must have followed you here.
Oh, great. 4 of them blocking the runway and a grove of trees behind us. That's it, brother. We're through.
Here's why it's Wheaties, breakfast of champions. What are you doing tomorrow? Going to the factory? Getting to the shop early? Or just taking it easy with 3 kids and the house to clean? If you've got things to do tomorrow, start tomorrow with Wheaties, breakfast of champions. They're whole wheat flakes, and they give you whole wheat energy. Vitamins, minerals, proteins, too. All the good, work-speeding nourishment that whole wheat has to offer, you get in Wheaties. That's why with milk and fruit, they help make a better breakfast that helps you do a better job. So look, tomorrow, next day, as soon as you can, get Wheaties onto the breakfast table. Be good to yourself. Have a bowl of Wheaties and feel the difference in the morning's work.
Now, here is the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment.
Steve, what are we going to do? We can't take off.
And who says we can?
But those police cars are blocking the runway ahead.
So we will just go the other way, that's all.
Full engine? Left, rather.
Hey, what the... Hey, you're turning the plane around.
Certainly. Now we taxi.
Hey, you're heading right for those trees. Watch out.
Oh, brakes. And right, rather. So.
Look, there's a clearing in the trees.
Well, certainly. In my business, one must prepare for such emergencies. Now, left, rather.
Hey, well, what do you know? Another cow pasture on the other side of the grove.
This one I call my emergency runway.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, Travnik, but we're not off the ground yet.
Hold on. It's going to be bumpy takeoff. Steve, look back there. Gun flashes. They're shooting at us.
Get down, Eva. Bill!
Oh, dear. Well, a hole in the wing cuts down wind resistance, I suppose.
Yeah, we're liable to collect more than a hole in the wing if you don't get this baby airborne soon.
No sooner spoke than did.
Oh, boy, you better head for the coast, Travnik.
Yes, I agree. The sea air will be welcome change right now. Steve, I've plotted the location of those mines, but how are we going to get in touch with that task force?
Hand me that microphone, Travnik.
Yes, certainly. Here you are. Steve, what frequency are you going to try?
I was trying to remember. There's an aircraft voice circuit that they always guard. 4-1 something.
That's right. Wait a minute.
It's 4145 kilocycles.
Yeah, I'll tune to it.
How are you going to call them? We address them as U.S. Navy Task Force, they'll think it's a trick.
I know. We don't have any idea what code name they're using. Wait a minute.
Huh?
We'll tie it in with the Naval Academy somehow.
What do you mean?
Well, the name of a building or... Yeah, that's it. Look, Bill, you and I room together as plebes in Bancroft Hall. Maybe that'll work. I'll give it a try. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Over.
I hope they're within range so they can receive us.
I'll try it again. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Over.
Bancroft Hall to Plebe.
Hey!
Bancroft Hall to Plebe. Identify yourself. Over.
Steve, they picked us up.
Yeah. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. If you've got a Navy register aboard, look up Steve Mitchell, class of 1935. But first, take this message. Mines. Floating mines. At latitude 37 degrees, 33 minutes north. Longitude 18 degrees, 26 minutes east. Repeat and over.
Bancroft Hall to Plebe. Latitude 37 degrees, 33 minutes north. Longitude 18 degrees, 26 minutes east. Emergency turn 9, emergency turn 9.
Oh, boy. They must have been right on top of those mines, Bill.
Yeah.
I heard someone give an emergency turn signal.
Oh, brother, that's too close.
You know the frequency of the Zarva radio station, Travnik?
Oh, certainly, but they have lousy programs, Mitch.
Well, turn her around a bit and see if you can pick up a newscast. I'd like to see how we're doing.
All right.
You know, I'd sure hate to go through a routine like this every day.
You can say that again.
But we are safe now. And that is all that matters.
Wait. Here is our radio station.
Good evening, friends and comrades. This is Colonel Mitro speaking.
Well, our old friend.
I have been asked by the radio station to make a statement concerning the brazen and treacherous jailbreak this afternoon. Rest assured, the fugitives will be apprehended shortly.
Don't hold your breath, Colonel.
And I am happy to announce that the ringleader of the plot has been executed. A prison guard who turned traitor to the people.
Steve!
Turn it off, Travnik. That was our friend.
Yeah.
He was trying to help. And now he is dead.
Yeah. And we think we went through a lot. Well, I hope he knows we got away.
He must know.
Yeah, well, one thing I know. As long as there are guys like him, that Iron Curtain's going to have a few holes in it.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright with music by Basil Adlam and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen next Monday night to Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Tomorrow, Perry Como sings at the Supper Club on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. All this month, Rexall family druggists are offering 4 of these products at attractive bargain prices. Just listen. Rexall hydrogen peroxide, USP 3%, a pint for only 30 cents. Rexall Epsom salt, medicinally pure, regular 41-cent pound, now only 27 cents. Rexall mineral oil, extra heavy body, non-habit forming, and non-fattening, the regular 69-cent pint, down now to only 46 cents. Alco-Rex rubbing alcohol compound, top quality, the regular 49-cent pint, yours now for only 32 cents. Remember, these bargains are available all during August at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember this, too. You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We can solve any crime but television.
Diamond, stop clowning and get right down here.
Well, Sergeant Loveloom. What's the matter, Otis? Didn't the zoo pick up your option?
Oh, now quit that. You gotta get right down here. Something terrible's happened.
They haven't made you commissioner.
Worse than that. Lieutenant Levinson's been kidnapped.
Diamond to see you, Captain.
Hello, Collins.
Oh, all right, Diamond.
Otis just called me about Walt.
Now, look, Rick. I know Walt's a personal friend of yours. He's a good friend of mine, too. But this is police business. A cop's been kidnapped.
Diamond was a cop for 6 years.
I don't need a case history, Sergeant.
Oh, get off it, Charlie. I'm down here to help.
Of course you are. But there's one thing I won't stand for, Rick. The way you operate.
Well, what's the matter with the way I operate?
I know how you feel about Walt, and when a guy feels that strongly about someone, he's liable to do a lot of things to get a few answers.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Charlie. What are you going to do? Hold a tea party and hope someone will spread some gossip?
That's not fair, Rick.
Well, if you think I'm going to sit back knowing that Bert Fisher's got Walt...
Who said anything about Bert Fisher?
Well, nobody had to say anything. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Walt sent Bert's brother Art to the electric chair. Bert swore he'd get Walt for it. Fisher dies tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah. Sure, I think it's Bert Fisher, too. And we're going to do everything about it we can.
Bert's been in Detroit, hasn't he?
Yeah. I've got a call into Detroit. Should be hearing any time.
This phone call you got saying they had Walt.
I didn't have time to trace it. The guy said Walt was being held, and when Art Fisher dies tonight in the chair, so does Walt.
Charlie, I'm going to work on this thing whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that figures. But I promise you, Rick, I won't save your skin if you get out of line.
Any leads yet?
No. You're rounding up the usual stoolies.
Well, I know a couple of boys who might have a few angles.
Who?
Nobody who would give you any information. These guys aren't stoolies. They might tell me because I think they like me. You see, Charlie, sometimes it pays not to be a cop.
I'll expect any information you get, Rick.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll see you later.
Rick?
Yeah?
Be a good boy, will you?
Collins, if we don't find Walt by 11 o'clock, can you hold up Fisher's execution?
No.
Oh, that's swell. I'll keep in touch.
Hey, Diamond, do you think you can do anything?
And I can try. Do me a favor, Otis.
Okay.
Get me a complete background on Bert Fisher. Everything. All his friends, his record, as far back as you can go.
Gee, Diamond, I'm scared for the lieutenant.
You're not alone with that one, Otis. In the Bowery, living in a broken-down rooming house, was a man. 20 years ago, he'd come to the big city with his trumpet tucked under his arm. He'd started playing with little combinations along 52nd Street, and pretty soon the word got around. Everyone came to listen to him. They called him the Dean of Jazz, and the title stuck. Then one night he had an argument with one of the Fusari mob. And the next morning they found him in an alley, half dead, his face beaten to a pulp. It was a long time before the dean could get around again, and it was a lot longer before he could play his trumpet. And by then, no one would have him. He couldn't make enough of the horn, so he tried crime. And that's where I met him. I did him a favor, and a short time later he went straight. He'd still kept his underworld connections, but he wasn't a stoolie. I'd just done him a favor once.
Yeah, who is it?
Richard Diamond.
Oh. Hello, Diamond.
How you, Dean? Like to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured you would.
Dean, you ever run into a guy named Fisher? Bert Fisher?
How about a drink?
No, thanks.
Skull. Oh, man, it's going to be hot today.
This, Bert Fisher grabbed Lieutenant Levinson. Says he's going to kill him.
I can't help you.
Oh, Dean, I just need one little lead to get started.
Yeah, sure. I wish I had a fan in here.
How's business?
It isn't. I make enough to pay the rent.
How about a few bucks to keep you going?
Well, I ain't proud, but it won't buy you anything.
The lieutenant's a good friend.
Yeah. Word got around this morning.
Yeah. Here's 10. Buy yourself some groceries.
Yeah, thanks. You did me a favor once.
Forget it.
Bert Fisher's got a lot of rough hoods working for him. They're most all from Detroit, but they kill the same as anyone from here.
Mm-hmm. Dean, do you know anything at all?
I might. Who wants to die?
Hey, still blow pretty good.
Sure, me and Bix.
Well, I'll see you around.
Yeah, thanks for the 10.
Oh, Dean, about 11 o'clock tonight, play a few bars of the funeral march.
Oh, Diamond.
Yeah?
You remember this tune, don't you?
For it was Mary, Mary, plain as any name can be.
You got it, pal. See you around.
Sergeant Loveloon.
Oh, this is Diamond, Otis. What did you find out?
Oh, I got reports on everybody we know is connected with Bert Fisher. You want me to read them off?
Anybody on that list named Mary?
Mary? No. These guys are all named Hallelujah or something.
Look, check all of those names and see if Fisher or any one of his boys ever knew a girl named Mary. Then after you do that, I'll...
You'll what?
Holy smoke, I'll talk to you later.
Dean! 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 Dean!
The Dean had blown his last note. He was sprawled face down on the dirty carpet, clutching the shiny trumpet. The thin line of red was spreading out from a bullet hole in his chest, and the open window sent me across the room in a hurry. I looked out on the fire escape to see a man drop to the alley below. We both fired a split second apart. He staggered as my slug knocked him against the building, and then before I could try again, he disappeared around the corner. I turned, looked down at the Dean, and wondered if Gabriel was getting a lesson in jazz.
Diamond, I warned you before you left here
Okay, Charlie. A nice guy's been killed, but all the crying in the world isn't going to help.
Hey, I got something, Diamond.
Let's see. Good grief, he's got the whole department working for him.
Come on, Otis, what have you got?
Is it all right, Captain?
Yeah, go ahead. I should be in the second-hand business.
Report on one of Fisher's old mob, Lou Baxter. Only one of the whole bunch who had a girl named Mary.
Mary? Who's Mary?
Charlie, look at this picture.
Lou Baxter. I've been looking at it all morning.
Well, take another look. This is the guy I shot climbing down off the fire escape after he killed the dean.
What?
Holy smoke.
You know where you can pick him up?
Oh, he's a local boy, all right. Didn't go back to Detroit with Fisher. I've had a call on him since 10:20 this morning. Hey, what about that girl, Otis?
Name's Mary Sinclair.
Used to go with Lou Baxter, Captain. No address on her.
Mary Sinclair and Lou Baxter, huh? Well, it's the first lead we've had. I'll get the boys on it.
Charlie had his methods and I had mine. Otis got in touch with the musicians local, and in half an hour I had a list of all the places the dean had worked since the union had a record on him. I started checking dives, restaurants, jam joints, questioning owners, bartenders, waiters. No one knew a girl named Mary Sinclair. Around 3 o'clock, I wandered into a place on 52nd Street known as the Red Parrot.
Hey.
I'm looking for information.
You cop?
Private cop.
Mm-hmm.
You remember a guy who played here last year? Trumpet man, the dean?
Sure. Everybody knows the dean. Something wrong?
The dean got himself killed.
Oh, no. Gee, that's too bad. Real nice guy.
You ever know a girl named Sinclair? Mary Sinclair?
No. No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
Why don't you ask Ed? He's the boy with the fingers playing the piano. You know the dean pretty well.
Thanks. You Ed?
Yeah. What can I do for you, Pops?
I understand you're a good friend of the dean's.
Sure, we're compatible, but I ain't seen him in a while. You looking for him?
No, for a friend of his, a Mary Sinclair.
Cute chick.
Where can I find her?
Why do you want to find her, Pops?
Well, the dean was murdered a few hours ago.
She used to live over on 47th Street, 69 West. That was a year ago.
You sure about the address?
Couldn't forget it. We had a few balls up there. She was kind of a flip. We had a little combo in here, pretty crazy, too. She used to come in and listen. Real hep on jazz. Knew all the old-timers by name, like the dean. Remembered when he was tops, before he got hurt. You ever hear him in those days?
Yeah.
I played with him a lot. Used to watch him real close sometimes. After hours, the boys would just sit around and blow because it felt like it. The dean used to lean back and close his eyes and blow things like he was getting a word from the other side. It was great. Might have been the greatest. Well, you all gotta go on ahead sometime. I guess it ain't so bad, though. The harp's a real wild instrument.
I left the piano player and headed for the address he'd given me. There was a good chance Mary Sinclair wasn't living there anymore, but it was the closest I'd come to any kind of a lead. When I got there, I held my breath and looked at the mailbox. Score for Diamond. Miss Mary Sinclair still lived in the building.
Ladies, famous beauty expert Ann Delafield says that women don't really need most of the cosmetics they own.
You mean I can actually do without all the lotions and creams I buy?
Exactly. Ann Delafield says it's nonsense to think a woman needs more than one cream. She has originated a single cream, the Ann Delafield All-Purpose Deep Cream that does everything for you. It's a face cream, a cleansing cream, neck, eye, and throat cream. All creams in one. So good for your skin and so economical, too.
Sounds marvelous. Are there other Ann Delafield cosmetics?
Yes, indeed. There are vitamins for added beauty protection, double-duty powder with built-in foundation, and other Ann Delafield beauty aids to save you time and money, yet give you the very best you can buy anywhere.
Well, you've convinced me. I'll be looking for them tomorrow.
Then look no further than your nearest Rexall drugstore, the store with the orange and blue sign. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yeah? Oh, hello.
Mary Sinclair?
Yeah. Whatever you're selling, I'll take a dozen.
I'd like to talk with you.
I'd like you to. Some other time. I'm busy right now.
I'm afraid this can't wait.
It'll have to, baby. Give me a call. Plaza 45466, Mr.
Diamond.
Okay, doll. Call me tomorrow, huh? You got your foot in the door, honey.
Old habit. Can't seem to break it.
Well, I'll break it for you, honey. Your whole leg.
You'll be sorry, doll.
All right, baby. Make it quick, huh? What do you want?
Let's talk inside.
I told you.
Yeah, I know. It was cooler in here.
The coolest. But it won't be for long.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Who?
You know, the boy you used to run around with.
I ran around with a lot of boys. Ever since I was in grammar school, I ran around with boys. It's a hobby.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Baby, I don't know. You want to twist my arm? Go ahead, it might be fun.
He just killed a dean.
He did? Shame on him.
Forget it, Mary.
Hey, Lou.
Get out of the way. That's the guy who put a slug in me.
Look like you're in pretty bad shape, Baxter.
Doctor's coming. But he ain't gonna be able to help you.
See, honey, you should have come back tomorrow.
Shut up.
Well, wouldn't have been half so painful.
I want Bert Fisher.
Well, good for you. Get away from that door. Now, walk into that other room.
Drop it, Baxter. Didn't want to play.
You shouldn't have done that, Charlie. I needed him alive.
That's gratitude for you. I knew you'd get into trouble, Diamond. So I tailed you from that last bar on 52nd. Is this, Mary Sinclair?
Charmed, I'm sure.
Ought to stay here. Call the wagon. Right.
There's a doctor coming up. I doubt if he's legit.
Wait for him, then bring him down to the station, Otis. Right. Come on, Miss Sinclair.
Sure, honey. You know, Mr. Diamond, I think I'll have to break that date for tomorrow.
Here are Baxter's things, Captain. Watch, wallet, nothing much.
Yeah, let's check the wallet.
Book of matches. Danny's Diner, Route 51. Check on that, Otis.
Right.
Nothing much in the wallet. Social Security, driver's license, some money. Quite a lot of money. Want to take a look?
Yeah. No addresses, huh?
Here's a ticket to a shoe repair shop.
Well, nothing much here that would give us a lead.
Yeah?
Danny's Diner is about 160 miles out on Route 51. And guess who runs it?
Oh.
Chino Amalo.
That does it. Call the authorities in that area.
Right.
Chino Amalo.
8 years for armed robbery. Used to work for Bert Fisher.
Yeah, maybe this is it. What time is it?
Going on 7. This better be it. We only have 4 hours, and we got to drive 160 miles. Captain Collins talked to the sheriff's office and set up a rendezvous with him near Danny's Diner. Then we piled into a squad car and roared across the 59th Street Bridge for Route 51.
Step on it, Otis.
We're doing 80 now.
10 to 90. It's getting late. Now, Rick, you think we should bust right in the diner and take Amalo?
No. Amalo doesn't know me. Never seen me. You stake out your men around the place and I'll go in. Give me a couple of minutes, then you come in, work on Amalo a little, and then leave. If he knows where Fisher is, he'll try to get in touch and I'll tag him.
Something for you?
A cup of coffee and a piece of pie.
We got raspberry, chocolate, lemon, peach, custard.
Raspberry.
Yeah. Here you are.
Where's the closest gas station?
About a mile down the road, but I think it's closed. It's after 10. Closes at 10.
Oh, thanks.
Miss? Miss?
Yeah.
Where's Chino Amalo?
He's in the back. You want him?
Call him.
Sure. Hey, Mr. Amalo, someone wants to see you.
Okay, be right there. Yeah, something I can do. Oh, what are you doing way out here, Captain?
This your book of matches?
Yeah, that's the name of my place.
Found these matches on Lou Baxter. Baxter's dead.
Oh, that's too bad. You're not going to tie Baxter up with me, are you? Lots of people come in here and take my matches.
If Baxter came in here, you saw him. You're an old friend.
Well, sure, I know Lou, but I ain't seen him in years.
We got word your old boss is in town, Bert Fisher.
Oh, is that right?
Know where we might find him?
No, I haven't seen Bert in years either. Look, Captain, I've been going straight.
Sure.
You're a little out of your territory, ain't you?
This is unofficial. If you were in my jurisdiction, I'd haul you in.
Look, I tell you, I'm going straight. I don't know nothing about Lou Baxter or Bert Fisher.
Okay, Amalo. You may hear from me again.
Nice seeing you again, Captain.
No, miss.
More coffee?
Yeah. Where's the phone?
Right over there on the wall.
Is there another one?
In the kitchen, but you can't use that. Hey, you can't go back there.
Honey, it's the police. You stay where you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is Tino. Let me talk to Fisher. Hey, what are you doing?
Don't move, Amalo.
What is this?
Cover up that mouthpiece. Cover it up.
Okay.
Now, when you get Fisher on the line, say what I tell you. Hold that receiver out so I can listen.
Look, friend.
You look. Say one thing wrong, and I'll use this gun.
You a cop?
None of your business.
Well, look, I...
Yeah, what do you want, Amalo?
There he is. Tell him you just heard Baxter was killed.
Hello.
Tell him.
Hello. Look, I just got news that the Baxter was killed.
Yeah? Okay, anything else?
No, that's all.
No, that's all.
So what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. You got any more news? Keep in touch.
Hang on. Now, where's Fisher hiding out? Get up. Where's Fisher hiding out?
You dirty flat-foot, you nearly bust my jaw.
Only nearly? Where is he, Amalo?
Well, look, you kill me if I tell you.
That's getting late. Are you going to tell me?
Okay. He's in a cabin about a mile up the road.
Come on. You're going to show us.
It's just around that bend.
We better get out here and walk.
How many men has he got in there with him, Chino?
2.
Now, whose cabin is it?
Mine.
Otis, get out and tell the rest of the men to douse the lights and come over here.
Right, Captain.
Now, here's a piece of paper. Draw us the floor plan of that cabin. Yeah, I'll give you some light. Okay, go ahead, Marlowe. How many rooms?
3.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we're all set, Captain.
Okay.
1 big room with a door here, a kitchen here, and a bedroom here.
Well, where's Lieutenant Levinson?
I only been up there once since they got in. He was in the bedroom.
Now, how about closets, back door?
1 closet in the main room here, 1 in the bedroom here. Let's see, a broom closet in the kitchen and the back door here.
Has it got an attic?
No.
Where's Fisher's car?
Parked around the back in the shed.
Okay, I'll have the men stake out the place. You're going to take me up there, Amalo.
Me?
He's going to take us up there.
You're a civilian, Rick. If there's any shooting to be done...
If there's going to be any shooting, I'm going to be in on it.
Wait a minute. Who said I was going to take you guys up there anyway?
I did.
I told you everything I know. I ain't going to get my head shot off.
You're going to walk us up there, Marlowe, and you're going to knock on that door.
No.
And you're going to get them to open up.
Look, they're loaded with artillery, shotguns.
When the door opens, you duck.
Okay, suicide.
You heard what the captain said, Marlowe. I'm a civilian. Without a badge, I'm allowed to get pretty nasty with you.
Look, you can't make me do something I don't want. I know my rights, Captain.
You know something, Rick? I think I'm catching a cold. I can't hear a thing.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I'll go check the men. I trust you'll not take advantage of the prisoner, Rick. I couldn't hear if he yelled or something.
Oh, wait. Okay. Fine cop.
All right, let's go. All right, men.
Yes, sir.
Listen now. I'm going up with Diamond. 3 of you take that side of the house. 3 take the other. You and you go around in the back to the shed where the car is.
Yeah.
Otis?
Yeah?
You and this man cover the front, but stay out of sight. If it comes, it'll come in a hurry, so close in fast.
And look, boys, the lieutenant's in the back room, so try and be as careful as you can.
All set?
Yeah.
Let's go, Amalo.
There it is.
Light in the front window.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes of 11. I hope their watches aren't fast.
Keep going, Amalo.
Okay, Otis. You 2 drop here.
Right, Captain. Good luck.
What are you stopping for, Mallow?
I just remember they told me to yell if I came up.
If you try to pull anything...
No. Honest. They told me to yell.
Okay. You stay here. We're going up on that porch. Count 20, then yell.
And play it smart. I won't fool with you, Mallow. Okay, Captain, but I'm scared stiff.
You're not alone. Come on, Charlie.
This guy's right up there on the ledge. You know what he's working for.
Get on that side of the door.
Hey, Bert, it's me, Chino. Hey, Bert, I gotta see you.
You alone?
Yeah. Can I come up?
It's all right on the mat. Okay, come on up. Get him right. What are you doing? Stop!
One going into the room.
Take out!
Okay. Don't shoot anymore. I'm hurt.
See you, Walt, okay. Walt?
Well, it's about time. Get these ropes off me.
You okay, Walt?
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. What time is it?
11 o'clock. Happy birthday.
If your vacation plans include some outdoor living, there are two great new Rexall products you should certainly take along. One is Rexall Sunburn Cream, a wonderful new soothing lotion that actually forms a protective film over the skin, spreads more evenly and stays on better than ordinary sunburn remedies. The other is Aerosol Fungi Rex, a new spray-on relief from athlete's foot that's easy, quick, and clean. You simply push a button, and a greaseless, stainless spray goes direct to the infected area, eliminating messy applications and quickly relieving all the burning misery of athlete's foot. Yes, this year your vacation can be rid of those two summer plagues, sunburn and athlete's foot. Just ask for the new Rexall Sunburn Cream and Aerosol Fungi Rex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Wilms Herbert, Bill Johnstone, Sidney Miller, John Stevenson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Virginia Gregg, and Jay Novello. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now, a non-fattening sweetener in granulated form. It's Rexall Sweetenette Sprinkle, the sugar substitute in a shaker. Just sprinkle it on for all the taste and none of the calories. Remember the name, Rexall Sweetenette Sprinkle, at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
stand by. Here comes Dick Tracy now.
This electrically transcribed series of thrilling Dick Tracy detective adventures is brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially delicious, nourishing cereals that give you trigger-fast food energy because they're shot from guns. Remember the sound of those big Quaker guns the next time you sit down to a tempting dish of crisp, crunchy puffed wheat or puffed rice for breakfast. And remember the special Quaker process and moisture-proof package that makes Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice so firm and plump, so much more delightful than ordinary cereals. Puffed wheat and puffed rice are specially easy to digest, too. Each grain of sun-ripened wheat or rice is actually exploded to 8 times its normal size as it's shot from the guns. Each tiny, hard-to-digest food cell is unlocked, but all its quick food energy, all its goodness, is retained and released to you much more quickly and easily. So join the thousands of happy, healthy puffed wheat and puffed rice fans tomorrow morning. Enjoy the tasty, nut-like flavors of those 2 swell cereals. Eat puffed wheat one morning, and then puffed rice the next. Ask Mother to get a package of each from the grocer displaying the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol headquarters sign right away. The notorious outlaw of the great Northwest, Vernon Kyle, has terrorized the inhabitants of the town of Pitchblende in the Yukon into sharing their mines with him. Kyle planned to force the miners to ship their pitchblende ore, containing radium, to Peel River by way of his airplane instead of dog sled, obliging them to pay very highly for the privilege. Dick Tracy's arrival inspired the downtrodden miners to refuse. Naturally, Kyle's next move is to do away with Dick Tracy. In our last episode, Dick was sitting in the cabin of Captain McKean of the Northwest Mounted Police when he noticed a sinister figure lurking at the window. Dick immediately started talking to Junior in code. What was Dick saying?
Hey, why all this talk about football? If you fellas have run out of things to talk about, well, we can deal some three-handed bridge.
Well, Captain, Junior and I are just brushing up on... Now, Junior, now!
Dick, you fired that shot. And without turning around.
Quick, outside.
Tracy, did you expect to hit anything firing over your shoulder like
talk
that?
later, McKean. Come on.
Oh, my shoulder. My shoulder.
Lucky for you, it only was your shoulder. The next time you try to shoot someone through a window, my friend, don't make the mistake of letting your target see you first.
Tracy, I don't get all this. Who is this man?
McKean, our wounded friend here was sent by Vernon Kyle with instructions to kill me, which he tried to do by shooting at me through the window. Fortunately, I caught a glimpse of him in the mirror over the mantelpiece.
Yeah, and it's a good thing I ducked when I did, too.
I'll say it was.
Dick, that was some shooting.
Well, it was a long chance, Pat. Fortunately, it worked. Well, my friend, what have you got to say for yourself?
I wasn't going to shoot you. I swear I wasn't.
Oh, no, of course not. You were carrying this rifle and pointing it at me through the window in a spirit of good, clean fun.
Well, what are you going to do with this fella, Dick?
I think we better lock him up. McKean, after you see that he gets first aid. Not that he's badly hurt. I wouldn't be surprised if he were one of the men who ganged up an old man Weir. Trying to kill someone by shooting from behind as he tried to do me, or ganging up on a defenseless old man like Weir. They're the sort of dirty work that go together.
Well, there's no thanks to these rats that old man Weir's going to be all right. By the way, Tracy, Weir said he wanted to see you. Wants to have a talk with you.
Good. I'll go along to the doctor's with you then. Come along, Pat. Well, Weir, I'm glad to see you're feeling so much better.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. The doctor's taken excellent care of me. I thought I was a goner after the way Torp and his mob beat me up. Well, I think I can go back to my shack tonight. Tell me, I understand you got Torp. Did you get the others who helped him beat me up?
Yes, we arrested Torp, all right, but our friend Kyle was afraid Torp might be indiscreet enough to talk. So he took the precaution of silencing him forever.
You mean Kyle actually...
I mean that while Torp was in jail, Kyle had him put out of the way.
Do you realize what Kyle's doing in this town? Do you realize that he's about ruined us miners? Well, first he forced us to turn over 50% of our claims to him. 50% for doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. And now I hear he's going to try and force us to ship the stuff by airplane, his airplane, and charge us another 40%.
Well, I'm afraid Kyle isn't going to find that so easy. I spoke to the miners this afternoon. They're not going to use Kyle's airplane. For once, they're going to fight back. And we're going to help. Tomorrow, they're going to take the first shipment to Peel River by dog sled. In the old way. They're going to have a mounted escort in case Kyle attempts to hijack or attack them.
Oh, that's splendid, sir. That's the first piece of good news I've heard in months. But if they're leaving tomorrow, I'd better get back to my claim and get my pitch blende ready for shipment. My stuff might as well go along with him.
Yes, you're right, Weir. Before you go, let me give you one word of advice. I know how you feel about Kyle. I know how you all feel. But don't try to take the law into your own hands. Kyle is going to discover that no man can, merely by brute force and wanton killing, ruin the lives and destinies of other human beings. He's going to find out that neither the human beings up here nor the precious radium they dig out of the earth belong to him. Remember that, Weir. Remember that.
Yes, Mr. Tracy. I'll remember it.
Well, Tracy, the dog sleds are about ready to start for Peel River. Still feel you want to send Patton along with them?
Yes, I do. We've agreed, haven't we, McKean, that Vernon Kyle will make some sort of attempt at stopping these dog sleds before they get to Peel River?
Well, there's hardly any doubt of that. But I'm sending along a mounted escort, headed by Remington.
Yes, I know. But you don't object to Patton going along, too, do you?
No, certainly not.
You see, he'll be my personal representative on the trip, since I made certain promises to the miners.
I understand perfectly, Tracy. You don't have to explain.
Well, Dick, looks as if we're about ready to start.
Yes, Pat. Another few moments at the most.
Gee, Dick, can't I go along, too? Boy, I'd give anything to ride all the way to Peel River in one of those dog sleds.
I know you would, Junior. But I'm afraid this trip isn't going to be a pleasure jaunt. There may be trouble. I'd rather you stay here with me.
Well, all right, Dick. Anything you say.
Tracy, look. There's Vernon Kyle. He's coming over toward us now.
Yeah, I see him. That'll be an interesting interview. Very interesting indeed.
Well, if he starts anything, I'm going to let him have it right from the ground.
Oh, easy, Pat. Let me handle it.
Well, if it isn't the famous Mr. Tracy, huh? What are you doing? Giving the miners your blessing before you send them out into the great beyond?
Kyle, to put it bluntly, and that's the only way I'll put it to you, you're not welcome here.
Oh, I'm not welcome, Tracy. I'm welcome everywhere. I run this town, and every place I go, I'm welcome.
I think you've just about worn your welcome thin, Kyle.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you something, Tracy.
Hold on. You can say your piece without poking me in the chest with that riding whip of yours.
Now, get this, Tracy. Whether you like it or not, I run this town and the people in it.
In the first place, I don't like it. In the second place, you're not running this town any longer.
Now, listen, those miners may think they're saving money by shipping their stuff through to Peel River by dog sled, but they're not. They're going to find it's a lot more expensive.
Huh. Your anxiety to save money for them is very touching.
I don't like your tone, Tracy. In fact, there's a lot I don't like about you. That goes for you, too, Patton.
Don't tap my arm with that riding whip again, Kyle.
Oh, you mean like this? Why not, Patton?
Oh, that's why, Kyle. Pat. Oh, I'm sorry, Dick. I know you asked me not to, but I just had to get one poke at that guy. I've got to admit it was a pleasure.
So it was a pleasure, was it, Patton?
Yeah.
And you'll be sorry for this.
On your way, you drugstore cowboy.
I think your business with us is over, don't you, Kyle?
We'll be meeting again. That goes for you, too, Patton. I'm going. But before I go, you better take a tip from me. Get those miners to change their minds. Tell them to ship their stuff out by plane. My plane, Tracy. Because if they don't...
Yeah, if they don't?
I'll be seeing you around, Tracy. I'll be seeing you around.
I should have hit him again just to make sure.
Take it easy, Pat. Sorry you hit him the first time.
But after what he...
Shouldn't have lost your head, Pat. Nothing was gained by that.
To relieve my feelings...
Well, as a policeman, you're supposed to keep your feelings under control. Remember that.
Well, okay, Dick. I'm sorry.
Mr. Tracy, the dog teams are all ready to start.
All right. Now listen to me, you men. You're going to take these sleds through the Peel River. Don't let anything stop you. You know as well as I do that there'll be an attempt to stop you. But you've got to prove to yourselves that you can do it. That you have the right to transport your pitch blende any way you want to. And that means without the help of Vernon Kyle and his airplane. Get going now, and good luck to you.
Come on, Dick. I'll see you in 2 days.
Take care of yourself, lad. Keep an eye on those dog sleds for me.
Don't worry, we'll be all right. So long, Junior. So long, McKean.
Terrible night, Tracy. Bitter cold, and there's a high wind blowing.
Think it'll snow?
No, the moon's out. Big frosty moon at that. You can see it right over the brow of that hill up there. No, I was just thinking of those dog sleds and those men out there in this biting wind.
Yes, I know. Well, they'll be all right, I'm sure.
Well, Tracy, I must admit that since you've come up here, things have changed. Vernon Kyle isn't quite the braggart he used to be.
I'm afraid I haven't done much more than hold him in check up till now.
Dick, did you hear that? What was it?
It was a human cry, Junior. Sounds as if there's a horse coming, too.
He's coming for the cabin, whoever he is. He's gone past. Gosh, look, Dick. It's a hooded figure, galloping across the moon.
I heard something hit the door. Let's see.
It's a knife, Tracy, a knife stuck in the door.
Yep. There's a note attached to it. What's this mean, I wonder?
We'll read it and see.
It says, you cannot win alone against the snake that calls itself Vernon Kyle. I will help you. Signed, the Purple Rider.
The Purple Rider? Gee, I wonder who he is. The Purple Rider?
Who is the Purple Rider? And what further adventures await Dick Tracy in the wilderness of the great Northwest? Will Pat and the dog sled get through safely to Peel River? That's hard to tell. But now let's stand by for our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two specially delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns that give you trigger-fast food energy. And here comes Dick Tracy, Jr., our patrol president now.
The meeting will now come to order.
Say, Junior, wasn't it great the way Dick got that code message to you today?
It sure was. Everybody thought we were talking about football.
You never know when that secret code's going to come in handy.
Right, Mr. Quaker Man. And you know, another swell thing about being a patrol member is that you know the secret handshake.
Didn't Dick Tracy use that secret handshake to let you know who he was when he was disguised as the Apache, Junior?
Yes, and boy, was I surprised.
You know, a lot of patrol members use the secret handshake all the time to recognize each other and to find out whether other fellows and girls belong to the patrol without saying a word.
And that's the right way to use it, too.
Listen, boys and girls, if you're a member of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol or the National Girls Division, use the secret handshake the way you should. Read your code book. It's full of swell things to do. And if you haven't joined the patrol or the National Girls Division yet, join now so you can get in on all the fun we have together.
That's right. Dick Tracy wants you to be in the patrol.
It's easy to join. You just tear the tops off 2 packages of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice, and then print your name and address on a plain piece of paper. If you're a boy, write boy at the top of the paper, and if you're a girl, write Girls Division. Put it in an envelope with your 2 box tops and mail it to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
Then you're a pal of Dick Tracy's, too. And we have a great time together.
And Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice breakfast taste just wonderful. These 2 delicious cereals are shot from guns to give you trigger-fast food energy. So look in the pantry today. And if you don't find any of those famous red and blue packages, ask Mother to get you some of each at the grocer's right away.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting electrically transcribed Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at the same time. There goes Dick Tracy now. That is all.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
In the apartment of Charles Minnow, Colonel Mannering, dressed in his customary black, brought his riding crop down lightly on Minnow's shoulder.
Expecting someone, Minnow?
No, Colonel. I promise you I'm expecting no one.
Better answer it. We're leaving. Now.
Very well.
Minnow moved swiftly to the intercom switch, connected to the front door.
Yes, who is it?
Charles Minnow, this is Emma Peel. I'd like to see you right away.
So you just got out of the bath and haven't dressed.
Oh, Mrs. Peel, I'm afraid you've caught me undressed. I've just got out of the bath. Can you give me a few minutes?
I'll wait.
Right. Be down as soon as I can.
Come along then, Minna. Let's get moving. The back service stairs.
Right. Just a minute.
What is it?
I almost forgot something. My toothbrush.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 3 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel rush about getting nowhere fast, and Mother has his own way of conducting a case of interrogation. Two men were dead. Two link men who were very valuable to the ministry in passing on bought information. Mother was worried. The leakage of information which resulted in the two deaths could only have come from the young Army Lieutenant Roy Casper. At first, John Steed had thought Casper had also been killed, but he'd been picked up at the Green Pheasant pub, innocently going to keep an appointment. Back at Mother's headquarters, they'd failed to get an explanation from him. In an effort to break the story that he'd just taken a few days off, Steed sent Mrs. Peel to pick up Charles Minnow, one of Casper's best friends. But Minnow was being picked up first. The interrogation of Casper would have to take place without his help.
Right. Come along then, Casper. Let's go through it again.
Again, I've told you everything I can. I just took a couple of days off. I went on a tour.
Yes, but I want it in detail. From the beginning, every detail, every minute of the journey, every nuance of your unofficial holiday. Now, you decided to take a few days off.
Yes.
You drove away from your home on your own.
Yes.
And your first stop was Salisbury. You stayed at a public house? What pub?
I don't know. I forgot. Oh, for pity's sake, can't you see I'm tired of questions, always questions. The past few days I've had enough.
Yes, Casper, the past few days, what? You had enough questions?
The past few days are what we are interested in, Casper. Questions from whom, Casper? Concerning what?
Look, what's this all about anyway? You've been interrogating me for hours now, and you won't tell me what it's all about. Try to make me drunk, you won't let me go home. I've got a right to know what this means, haven't I?
A right? Yes, I suppose you have. All right, Steed, show him.
Silently, John Steed moved to the door, opened it, and wheeled in another bath chair similar to that in which Mother sat. The chair was covered with a white cloth. Steed took the edge.
Does this answer your question?
As he spoke, he whipped the cloth away. The body of Izzy Pound, with some of his musical instruments still attached to his clothing, fell to the floor.
Izzy Pound? It's a trick.
Take his wrist. Take it. Feel his flesh. That's dead flesh.
But nobody knew about him. Nobody except
me and you, Casper. Me and you.
You can't think... You think I...
Casper, you were missing for 3 days. Now, where were you?
I can't tell you.
Can't?
Someone's got some sort of hold over you, is that it? They're holding a friend or a relative hostage.
No, nothing like that. I can't tell you. Not yet. Give me time to think, please. Please.
Steed looked at Mother. Mother gave a hardly perceptible nod.
Very well, Casper. Take all the time you want. You sleep on it. Come back and see us tomorrow, and we'll talk about it then.
Tomorrow?
That's right. Or the day after. No hurry.
I can go home?
That's right, Casper. Good night.
Good night.
Steed and Mother smiled as the bewildered and exhausted young man left them. After he'd gone,
It's the best way.
Oh, definitely.
I might have remained here all night waiting for him to crack.
As you say, he's been got at by someone. He turned up at the Green Pheasant to meet Pound, and he was genuinely shocked at seeing the body.
Give him a few minutes' start.
I'd say about now.
Yes, I'll get after him. He's frightened, all right, and he'll lead us straight to them.
Emma Peel, outside Minnow's apartment, got impatient. She took a small vanity case out of her handbag and snapped it open. Inside was a variety of gadgets, all suitable for picking the locks of doors. A few minutes later, she was inside, climbed the stairs, and broke into Minnow's rooms. It only took a moment to realize what had happened. She phoned Mother.
Mother?
Mother speaking. What news, Mrs. Beale?
I'm at Minnow's place and I don't like it.
You mean the color of the walls, or the furniture not to your taste?
I mean, I don't like the situation. Minnow was here. I spoke to him from outside, but he left quite suddenly.
Oh, you mean he made a getaway down the back stairs?
That's right. The apartment is exactly like Casper's was. The only things that appear to be missing are clothing, shaving tackle, and his toothbrush.
John Steed had parked his car outside Casper's block of flats. He looked up at the lighted windows and waited. The next light to go would almost surely be Casper's. But Roy Casper avoided the main rooms and went straight to the kitchen at the back of his apartment. There, he bent down near the sink and picked up a wicker basket. He placed it on the kitchen table and opened it.
There. Come along, my pretty one. Come along.
He held the pigeon very tenderly and moved quickly to the kitchen window, throwing it open. Casper leaned out of the window and released the pigeon. Its wings flapped loudly. It took to the air above the chimney tops and vanished into the night. In a small, darkened room many miles away in a country house, Charles Minnow staggered backwards and forwards, his hands over his ears, the sweat running down his face, for the room reverberated with ear-piercing shrieks coming from huge tannoy speakers.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
The door opened, and Colonel Mannering came in.
Which is worse, we know? Sound? Or not knowing when the sound will begin again?
Please, please!
Now become your own torturer. When your brain keeps asking, when will it start again? You steel yourself against the moment, tense every nerve, but the sound doesn't come. And then, suddenly...
Ah! No!
It's the psychological approach. Sergeant Blackie and others do not entirely approve. They place more faith in the older, more physical methods. And I can't condemn them out of hand now, can I? Not without allowing the sergeant to prove his point first.
Excuse me, sir.
Ah, Blackie. We were just discussing you and your methods.
No, a word with you. Private, please, Colonel.
Oh, very well. Take a breather, you know. And a good think. Remember, unless you tell us everything we want to know, this is only the beginning. I shall be back very shortly. Well, Blackie, what is it?
I think you ought to see this, sir.
Blackie opened his enormous hands. There was the pigeon.
When did it arrive?
A few minutes ago, sir.
It's Casper's pigeon, isn't it? Roy Casper?
That's right.
Trouble. You'd better get back to town at once. I'll allow you an hour to then phone him. We can't allow this to continue, Blackie.
Of course not. You want me to...
With your customary skill, yes.
And so the evening passed. Steed keeping a careful watch upon Casper's apartment and reporting occasionally to Mother.
All quiet on the Casper front at the moment, Mother.
Good. Don't want to keep you up all night, Steed. But sometime that boy is going to get in touch with them.
I know. How about Minnow? Did Mrs. Peel manage to get him?
We've run into a small problem there, too.
Problem?
Mrs. Peel will deal with it. Don't worry. Stick with Casper.
Right. Good night, Mother.
Good night. Impossible.
Roy Casper speaking.
Casper, Colonel Mannering here. Message received.
Oh, thank goodness you've called, Colonel. Everything's gone wrong. A contact's been murdered and I've been held and interrogated. They think it's me. I've been questioned for hours and I didn't know how much to tell them. I don't know what to do.
Calm down, Lieutenant Casper. That's an order. They didn't get anything out of you. You were paid by orders exactly?
Exactly. I didn't tell them anything about you or the organization.
Then there's nothing to worry about. You've done a splendid job. I'll contact the proper authorities right away. I'll clear you absolutely. There'll be no more questions. Now listen.
But while Colonel Mannering was reassuring Casper, a figure was creeping silently up the fire escape outside. It was Sergeant Blackie, and in his right hand he held a revolver. Mother was right. The night wasn't going to be a good one.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Claude, if you expose my marriage, I'll tell about yours. So it's plain to be seen that you and I will have to work together.
Friday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the odd story of the tangled web. Hester Maybury, an elderly widow, has inherited the large estate of her late husband. And having no children, she adopted two. Claude Maybury, her husband's orphaned nephew, and Lita Davis, the daughter of her dead sister. Lita has finished school and is returning home. Claude still has another year in college. But Aunt Hester has plans for Claude and Lita. Plans for keeping the estate in one family. This is upsetting to Claude, for he has already selected the girl of his choice, Pearl Wallace.
Pearl, I had to see you. Something's happened.
Claude, I've never seen you so upset.
It's Aunt Hester.
Her heart again?
Oh, no, she's still hanging on.
What is it then?
It's Lita. Lita's finished school a year ahead of schedule. She's coming home today.
So what?
Well, Aunt Hester is determined that I marry Lita. According to the doctors, Aunt Hester won't last more than 6 months.
I know.
But I never dreamed Lita would come home this year. Aunt Hester will insist upon an immediate marriage.
But you can't marry Lita.
I know, but if Aunt finds out the truth about you and me, she'll cut me off. Oh, I'm in a terrible jam.
Can't you head Lita off some way?
Oh, no, it's too late. She's probably at the house now. I just found out she was arriving today.
Why can't I see your aunt? Just once. She may change her mind.
No, you don't know Aunt Hester. Nothing can change her mind. She's the most determined, stubborn old woman you've ever seen.
Well, since you can't marry Lita.
Certainly not. That would be bigamy. Half of the estate is willed to me and half to Lita. But if she finds out that I'm already married, well...
Suppose Lita refused to marry you.
She won't, because she knows Aunt Hester would throw her out. No, Lita's too smart for that.
Well, something's got to be done. You've got to stall things off until... Well...
Till Aunt Hester is dead.
You'd better run along, Claude. I've got to get back to work.
Yes, Claude can think of several ways out of his terrible predicament. As a matter of fact, he's studying over an idea at this very moment. He has a plan in mind, a very dangerous plan. But then old Aunt Hester is going to leave this world anyway, so... Well, he'll wait and see. At the moment, Lita is in Aunt Hester's sitting room on the second floor of the old mansion.
Well, Aunt Hester, you look wonderful. No such thing. Why lie about it? I look terrible.
Oh, really? You've improved.
I haven't improved. The doctors say I may last 6 months. But I don't believe them. If I'm here 6 weeks, I'll be surprised. That's why I wanted you to come home immediately.
I did want to go to Canada this summer.
I know, but I have important plans for you, Lita.
Plans? Oh? What plans?
I'm announcing your... Come in.
Lisa. Well, how are you?
Very well, Claude. And you?
Come in here, Claude. And quit gaping like a fool.
Yes, sir. Well, I didn't expect you to graduate this summer. You must have crammed.
I expected you to be in the Army.
Oh, I will be when I finish college.
Well, now that you're both here, I'll finish what I started to say.
Yes, Aunt?
I don't expect to be on this earth many more weeks. I've made a will leaving half of my property to each of you.
Oh, that's good of you, Aunt Hester.
Yes, of course.
And tomorrow I'm announcing your engagement.
What? Engagement?
And a week from tomorrow I want you to be married.
Married?
You want Claude and me to...
That is my greatest desire and my final request. I've looked forward to that for a number of years, and I want to be present at the ceremony.
But Aunt Hester, has it ever occurred to you that we may not love each other enough to...
Nonsense. Besides, I want the estate to remain intact, in the family, as it were.
Oh, but, Aunt, don't you think it might be a great mistake to force...
I'm not in the habit of making mistakes. And if one of you refuses to carry out my wish, I'll cut that one off without a cent. Now, do you understand?
Yes. We understand.
Then leave me alone. I must rest.
Claude is frantic. On the way to the library, horrible thoughts run through his mind. What shall he do? How can he marry Lita? If he did, it would be prison for bigamy.
What are we going to do about this, Claude?
I don't know, Lita.
Did you know she had any such plan for us?
Well, yes, but I didn't take it seriously.
Then why didn't you let me know about it?
Well, because I didn't expect you to finish till next year. And by then I thought...
Thought what?
That Aunt Hester would be gone.
Oh, you're a fool, Claude. You should have let me know.
Well, what difference would it have made? She's determined. And if we refuse...
Whichever one refuses will get nothing. And if we both refuse, we'll both be cut off.
Oh, yes, but...
You don't love me. And you don't want to marry me. Do you?
Oh, but I haven't refused.
What about that girl who works in town? That Pearl Wallace.
Pearl? Why, what about her?
What will she say if you marry me?
Oh, what can she say?
Ever hear of breach of promise?
You're trying to bluff me into refusing.
You mean you're willing to marry me?
You can't bluff me.
Pearl wouldn't like it, Claude.
It's none of her business. She wouldn't do a thing.
That's what you think.
I'm not going to lose my inheritance, Pearl or no Pearl. I'll keep her quiet.
How?
Well, I'll pay her. She'll be satisfied. I know she will. I talked to her this afternoon.
Did you? Well, you might be able to get rid of a sweetheart that way. But a wife would be more difficult.
What? How did you know? How?
How did I know you and Pearl were married?
Yes, how did you know?
You just admitted it. I was only guessing. Well, that does it, Claude. We couldn't get married if we wanted to.
Oh, please. Please, Lita, we don't hate each other. We're good friends. I don't want to lose my share. Please don't tell Aunt Hester.
What on earth can we do about it? You aren't free to marry me, so she's got to find out the truth.
But if she does, well, then you'll get all of it.
But after Aunt Hester is gone, I can give you your half of the estate.
I don't believe you.
You just have to trust me.
I don't trust you. You wouldn't give me a cent.
All right. What else could be done? I haven't refused to marry you, but you're already married. What else can we tell her? There's no other way.
No. But maybe there is.
What did you say?
No. Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, there you are. Oh, darling, I finally got our baggage. It was on the second section by mistake.
Come in, Mr. Brent.
Mr. Brent? Where do you get that Mr. Brent
Mr.
stuff?
Brent, this is my cousin, Claude Mayberry.
Oh, glad to know you, Claude.
How do you do? What was the name?
Brent, Alan Brent. You know what I think happened, Lita? When they took our baggage out of our stateroom in Boston, we forgot to have a change from Quebec.
Mr. Brent, I want you to meet my aunt.
What? Well, of course, I expected to.
Yes, she's been ill for some time. This way.
I'll see you later, Claude.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Brent, congratulations on your marriage. I hope you and Lita will be very happy.
Oh, sure. Thanks, old man.
Married yesterday, were you?
A day before in New York.
Wonderful.
Will you wait outside a second, Alan? I'd like to talk to Claude alone for a moment.
Well, yes. Yes, of course.
So I'm a fool, am I, Lita? You slipped up on that one. You should have warned him. Doesn't he know how things stand?
No, he doesn't. I'll tell him.
Well, that sort of makes us even, doesn't it? We're both in the same boat. Well, what happens now? Aunt Hester will have to be told the truth.
Well, we've got to stall a while.
Well, how are you going to explain his presence here?
Well, I'll tell her he's a friend. Down for a few days' visit. In the meantime, we'll decide what to do.
Yes?
You know, Claude, if you tell about my marriage, I'll tell her about yours. So it's plain to be seen that you and I will have to work this thing out together.
Well, do you have any ideas, Lita?
Do you?
Well, no.
Oh, yes, you do. Claude, you have ideas. And I know what they are. I can read you like a book.
Oh, but Lita...
There are 3 ways of solution. If Aunt Hester were to pass away before she learned the truth, then everything would be all right. Or, if something should happen to me, then the whole estate would go to you. That's 2 ways.
And the third?
I must run along now, Claude. I'll see you later.
Yeah?
Three ways, Claude. 3 ways. First, your Aunt Hester. Second, Lita. And the third, well, you know what Lita meant. Think fast, Claude, and be careful. Lita doesn't trust you any more than you trust her. Of course, I know another way to solve your problem, but I'm not the one to decide. So as it stands, it's either your aunt, or Lita, or you, Claude.
Aunt Hester, I'd like to talk to you.
Yes, Claude, come in, come in. What do you want?
Well, I don't know how to say this, Aunt, but...
Say what?
Well, I'm actually afraid to tell you, but I've got to. Even at the expense of my life.
What are you talking about, your life?
Yes. If I tell you what I know, they'll kill me.
Have you been drinking?
Oh, no.
Well, who'll kill you?
Lita and that fella Alan Brent she brought here yesterday.
Lita? You're out of your mind?
Oh, I know it sounds fantastic, but it's true.
Kill you? Lita? Oh, go take some soda and sober up.
Please, Aunt Hester, not so loud.
I never heard of such nonsense. Lita, why should she want to kill you?
You'll understand when I tell you.
The woman you're going to marry wants to kill you?
Yes, Lita and Alan Brent.
What has Brent to do with it?
They both want me out of the way.
Claude, you sit down in that chair. I'm going to call Dr. Gregory.
No, please. I can explain.
Well, then you'd better do it and quickly.
Well, you must promise me that you won't tell Lita or anyone that I've told you.
Why should I promise that?
Because if they knew that I told you, well, that's why they'd kill me.
I'm getting dizzy. Go on.
Well, that fella, Alan Brent, isn't just a friend visiting here. He's Lita's husband.
What? What did you say?
They're married. Look at this license. I found it in Lita's room.
Good heavens, I can't believe it.
They know that I know about it. But Lita said that if I told you that something would happen to me, she's afraid you'll change the will and cut her off.
And that's exactly what will happen. She must be crazy. How could she marry you next Friday? She might know I'd find out.
Well, maybe she thought you wouldn't.
What? What are you trying to say?
Well, maybe she thought she could postpone everything until...
Until what? Oh. Until after I was gone.
Yes, Aunt. I hate to say it, but that's her plan.
The ungrateful...
Oh, please, don't let her know that I told you.
I'll just have a talk with those two.
And don't believe anything she says about me.
What do you mean?
Well, she's all set to tell you some cock and bull story about me and some girl. I did go around with the girl for a while, but Lita's going to tell you that we're married. But don't believe her, because I can get the girl over here and she'll tell you the truth.
Very well, Claude. Run along. I'll send for Lita and Mr. Brent later. I must rest a bit. This has been a terrible shock.
Yes, Aunt Hester.
Yes, Aunt Hester? Did you want to see me?
Yes, Lita. I wanted to see you and Mr. Brent.
Oh? Come in, Ellen. She wants to see us.
Oh, how are you, Mrs. Mayberry?
Very well. So far.
I hope you feel better, Anne.
Do you? Do you really? Well, if I say I do feel better, I suppose you'd be disappointed, Lita.
What?
Do you expect to stay here long, Mr. Brent?
Well, Oh, no, that is...
Did I understand you to say Mr. Brent was a friend of yours, Lita? Just here for the week?
Yes, of course that's what I said. We've been good friends for 2 years.
Friends? And is that all?
Aunt Hester, what on earth?
Is that right, Mr. Brent? Friends?
Well, yes. Yes, of course.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I was quite worried.
But, Aunt Hester, that's nonsense. You had no reason to be upset.
And you fully intend to marry Claude next week?
Well, as a matter of fact, it is a little sudden. I wasn't prepared. I was going to ask you...
Ask me what?
Well, if we couldn't postpone it for a few weeks.
And why should you postpone it? You know that I wanted your marriage to take place while I'm here?
Yes, Aunt, I know, but...
Everything is arranged.
But a few days wouldn't matter, would it? There's so many things I'd like to attend to.
Would another week give you enough time, Lita? Time to attend to those important things?
Well, I suppose so. But I'd really prefer a month.
But I want to be sure that I'm able to attend the wedding, Lita. I may not last that long. However, I'll consent to 1 week from next Friday.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Hester. I knew you'd understand.
Did you? Well, there's just one thing that I don't understand.
What's that?
Just how you'll be able to get a divorce in 2 weeks and get married a week from Friday.
Divorce?
A divorce from this man, Alan Brent.
I don't understand what you mean.
What sort of a fool do you take me for? I wasn't born yesterday. You've been lying from the moment you stepped into this house.
Aunt Hester, there must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. My maid found this marriage license in your room.
No.
You've been stalling for time, hoping I'd die before the truth came out.
I'd never thought of such a thing.
You can't deny that you two are married.
No. No. After all, I have a right to choose my husband.
You're an ungrateful girl, Lita. You've disappointed me. And you could expect not 1 cent from me.
No.
Now get out of this room.
But, Aunt...
And be out of this house by Monday morning.
But Lita knows how Aunt Hester found out. She knows it wasn't the maid who found the license. It was Claude. But she'll take care of Claude, and very nicely. If she is out in the cold, then she'll see to it that Claude is out in the same way. So she phones Pearl, Claude's wife, to come to the house.
I'm Pearl Wallace.
Oh, yes. Won't you come in?
I got a call from Mrs. Mayberry's maid. She said Mrs. Mayberry wanted to see me.
Oh, I see. Yes, she does want to see you.
Are you Lita?
Yes, I'm Lita. How did you know?
Oh, I've seen your pictures, and I've heard Claude talk about you.
Mm-hmm. Do you know Claude well?
What? Yes, is he here?
No, not at the moment.
Well, what does Mrs. Maybury want with me?
Well, Aunt Hester has found out about you and Claude.
What?
Now, don't get excited, Pearl. Everything's all right.
But I thought...
Yes, I know. That she wanted Claude and me to be married.
Yes.
Well, you can't always keep a thing like this a secret. Somebody's bound to know. Someone in town accidentally told her about it.
Oh.
At first, she was terribly angry. But after I talked to her for a while, well, she seemed to see things differently.
Then you think everything's all right?
Why don't you go upstairs and tell her all about it? I'm sure she'll like it.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Lita.
In the sitting room. First room on the right.
Yes?
May I come in, Mrs. Maybury?
And who are you?
I'm Pearl.
Pearl?
Pearl Wallace.
Pearl, what do you want?
I'm Claude's wife.
Claude's wife?
Yes, I am, really. Look, here's the marriage license, see?
What are you doing here?
Well, I thought you wanted to see me.
Claude's wife. Claude's wife. I just can't believe it.
But I really love Claude. Really, I do.
Oh, I don't know what I've done to deserve all this. First Lita and now Claude.
But, Mrs. Maybury, I'm a perfectly normal girl. I've done nothing wrong. Why shouldn't I make Claude a good wife?
Leave this room. Leave me alone.
But I thought you sent for me, that you wanted to talk to me.
I what? I sent for you. Who told you that?
Well, I thought it was your maid.
I don't want to see you. Get out and leave me alone.
Yes, I'll go.
Pearl.
Yes, Claude.
Pearl, why have you come here?
I don't know. I wish I hadn't.
You've seen Aunt Hester. Why? What did you say?
I told her we were married. Showed her the license.
What? Why did you do that? Why?
I thought she wanted to see me. Her maid... At least I thought it was her maid phoned me that she wanted to see me.
And what did Aunt Hester say?
She told me to get out. Apparently she knew nothing about me until I told her. I can't understand it, Claude. Why would... And yet Lita knew your aunt was expecting me. Yes, she said so.
Lita? Lita knew? Are you sure?
Yes, she met me first. She said your aunt had found out, and I supposed she'd relented.
Lita. Well, that explains everything. Now I'm out in the cold, thanks to Lita. But believe me, I'll beat her yet. She's not so smart as she thinks. Look, Pearl, you're staying here tonight.
No, I don't want to.
You're staying here whether you want to or not.
But just what can you do, Claude? Doing away with Lita won't help so long as Aunt Hester is alive. This is really a problem. Why not talk it over with Lita tonight? Lita has many clever ideas. And since you're both in the same predicament, well...
Lita,
Claude, what are you doing in my room? What do you want?
I want to talk to you. No, don't turn on the light.
What's on your mind?
Just what are we going to do about this situation, Lita?
I haven't the slightest idea.
We've both played our last cards. I told Aunt Hester about you. You got wise and pulled a fast one by sending for Pearl. Now we're both even.
Yes, Claude, now we're both even.
But where are we?
Yes, Claude. Just where are we?
We're at the point where we've got to work together. My working against you or your working against me no longer means a thing. Aunt Hester knows about us both. And next Monday morning she'll change that will.
I know.
Well, haven't you any suggestions?
Oh, I have several ideas. But I'm not telling them. The moment.
Monday isn't far away.
What's on your mind, Claude?
Well, if anything happened to either you or me, well, neither one of us would gain a thing, so long as Aunt Hester's able to change that will. Now, Aunt Hester isn't well.
No.
She can't last much longer.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You know exactly what I mean.
Murder.
No, not murder. Not in a way that we can be caught nor convicted. And why should we mess up our lives because of Aunt Hester's eccentricities?
Well, go on.
Well, suppose her heart failed her tonight.
Suppose it doesn't.
I think it will. In fact, I'm sure it will.
Claude, you mean poison? They'll find it.
No, believe me, there'll be no trace. No one will find anything.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Why don't you do it without telling me?
Because I don't trust you, Lita. I wanted you to be in on it. And I know you'll keep your mouth shut.
In on it? What do you mean?
Isn't it worth $1 million to get up out of that bed and come with me? This is your only chance of getting it.
Why must I go with you?
Because you'll be the first one to implicate me. But if you're with me at the time, I know you'll keep quiet. Come on, Lita.
Oh, if you pull a boner and we're
Don't
caught...
be silly. Come on.
You better know what you're doing.
But you're in accord with the general idea, aren't you?
No other way.
Well, then come on. And be as quiet as possible. No. Leave your door open. You'll want to get back here as soon as possible. Here we are. Easy now. Aunt Hester. Aunt Hester.
Don't wake her up.
Yes? Who's there?
Are you awake, Aunt Hester?
Huh? What do you want? Who is it?
Wake up, Aunt Hester. Wake up.
I can't see a thing. Wait till I turn on the light.
No, don't turn on the light.
That you, Lita?
Yes. It's Lita and Claude.
Oh, what do you want? What do you want? Why don't you answer me? What are you two doing here?
We've decided that you shouldn't linger on in your condition, Aunt Hester. Your heart's causing you too much pain.
What?
So we've decided to bring your suffering to an end. Lita and I have decided to end your suffering.
You and Lita. You ungrateful fool.
Hurry up, Claude, whatever it is.
We're going to kill you. It's the only way.
Get out of here. Get out. Get out.
In just 5 seconds, Aunt Hester. 5 seconds.
You're crazy. You're both out of your minds. You know you'll be caught.
Maybe I am crazy. But in just 2 seconds, I'm going to shoot you right through the heart.
No. Don't. Ah!
Claude. She's dead.
Of course. Here, take this gun and get back to your room as fast as you can. Go on! And remember, you haven't heard a sound.
In another room on the same floor, Alan Brent, Lita's husband, sits on the edge of his bed, rubbing his eyes, listening intently to the early morning silence. Something startled him. Finally, he steps to his door, looks down the hall, and moves along the passageway toward Aunt Hester's room. Then, as he turns, Pearl's door opens and she steps into the hall.
Oh, Mr. Brent.
What are you doing up?
What are you doing at this hour?
Well, I thought I heard a noise like a shot.
Yeah. Well, so did I. It woke me up.
Sounded like it might have come from this end of the hall.
Could have been a shot, I'm not certain.
Yes, it could have been. I wonder.
Look, Mrs. Maybury's door's open.
Yes, let's have a look in there.
She must have come from this room. It was so close. Turn on that little lamp on the table.
Oh. Is she all right? Feel her pulse.
No. Good heavens, she's dead. She's dead.
She's been murdered. Come, let's get out of here. Lita!
God, get the doctor. Aunt Hester's been killed.
Lita, your aunt's been shot. Call the doctor.
Oh, you're crazy. You didn't hear a thing.
I tell you I heard a shot. I was just half asleep, but I know I heard it.
Then why did you wait so long to arouse the rest of us?
Well, I really don't know.
I heard it, too, but I wasn't quite sure either.
And how's it happen that you didn't hear it, Lita?
Well, I don't know, but I just didn't.
It's quite possible she may have been sleeping too soundly.
And you didn't hear it either, Claude. Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. If I'd heard a shot, I'd have been the first one out of the room. I wouldn't have waited as long as you and Alan did.
No? Well, the strange thing is that your room's closer to Aunt Hester's room than mine or Lita's. I heard it, so did Pearl, yet you and Lita didn't.
Does that seem strange to you, Mr. Brent?
Yes, it does.
Does it seem strange to you, Pearl?
Well, if Alan heard it, then what I can't understand is why Lita didn't hear it.
Well, I can understand Lita, perhaps, but I still can't see why Claude didn't hear the sound. And furthermore, whoever fired the shot must still be in the house. The bedroom windows were closed from the inside.
I heard nothing, I tell you.
Maybe you didn't want to.
What are you doing? What are you insinuating?
You know more about it than you say. You had a motive.
Just a minute, Pearl, not so fast.
No, not so fast, Pearl. Claude didn't hear it, so he says. I think he knows more than he says he does. And he had just as much of a motive as Lita, maybe more.
You're crazy, Brent. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're just jumping to conclusions.
Oh, no. You're not going to pull a thing like this and then place the blame on Lita.
Claude had nothing to do with it. It was Lita. And she's trying to place the blame on Claude.
And how do you know? You and Claude occupy separate rooms?
You and Lita occupy separate rooms, too.
I think I'd better run upstairs and see what the doctor has to say.
Oh, no, you don't. You take one step up those stairs and I'll break your neck.
Oh, please, Alan, please, don't start it.
It's already started. He's too smart to suit me anyway. I know what he's had on his mind for days.
That's a lie. If anyone's had anything on his mind, it was Lita. If she can place the blame on Claude, she'll get everything. She's got it all figured out. She stirred up all the trouble in the first place. Oh, shut up. You got me out here. It wasn't the maid who phoned me. It was you. And you said Mrs. Maybury wanted to see me. Well, she knew nothing about it. She practically threw me out. But you won't get away with your scheme. Believe me, sister.
You're crazy. I'm wise to Claude. I heard the shot, and I know who fired it. He's got the gun somewhere, and I'm calling the police. They'll find out what happened to Aunt Hester.
What's all this fussing about? Shots and police? What's wrong with all of you?
Why, nothing, Dr. Gregory.
No, nothing at all. He's the one who did it.
Did what?
Shot his Aunt Hester.
What?
He did not. Lita killed her.
Well, Mrs. Maybury is dead, I'm sorry to say. I'm amazed she lasted this long. But certainly she wasn't killed. Where'd you get such an idea?
She wasn't killed?
But we heard a shot. That is, I thought...
Well, you can think what you like. But Hester Maybury died of natural causes, just as I knew she would.
You mean there's no bullet wound?
Oh, sure. That's ridiculous.
Well, then we must have imagined it.
Well, I'd say you've all been having nightmares.
I think you're right, Dr. Gregory. And thanks for coming over.
Yes. Well, I phoned the mortician. I'll just wait in the library till he comes. Good night.
Of course there were shots, and they all know it, but all but Claude are surprised that no wound was found, not even a bullet. But Claude isn't surprised, because he fired blanks at the aunt, knew the shock would be too much for her. But when the doctor said death was from natural causes, they shut up like clams. Their troubles were at an end. They wouldn't get their shares of the share of the estate after all. Of course, they would get their share. However, they will be struck a horrible blow next week when the lawyer reads the will of Aunt Hester, and they learn that Lita and Claude must be man and wife prior to the aunt's death, or the entire estate goes to charity. And that's just what will happen. That was one thing they hadn't counted on, so they all end up with nothing after all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The old saying, better be safe than sorry, certainly applies today in the matter of heating your home. If your coal bin isn't already filled to the top, call your friendly neighborhood blue coal dealer and have him attend to the matter right now. Blue coal, you know, is the quality home fuel of low cost. It will give you even, dependable heat at all times. Yes, and it's a wise move to have your bin full of blue coal clear to the top. These are uncertain times, and it's best to be safe. Don't gamble with the health of your family. Remember, a warm house is a healthy house. So get in touch with your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Case of the Three Frightened Policemen.
Why fool around? You got to get up early in the morning to put one over on Jerry Rowan. I got you right where I want you. Now you take your orders from me, or... Stop that walking up and down. You make me nervous. Well, what's your answer going to be? You going to pay your little gambling debt to Jerry Rowan? Are you? Now, listen. Listen to me. It's all right. Don't come any closer. Stay from me. You can't kill Jerry Rowan.
What time is Commissioner Weston's plane getting in, Lamont?
Well, according to the...
Non-stop flight 36, arriving from Washington at gate 6.
There you are, Margot. You see how efficient the airlines are? They even answer your questions for you. Gate 6 is up this way.
Do you think Commissioner Weston's going to be difficult to persuade?
Well, you know him as well as I do, Margot. But he'll never forgive you for sending that telegram with my name on it.
Oh, here we are. Gate 6.
Yeah. And that would be the commissioner's plane.
Flight 22 from Chicago, arriving at gate 3.
Look, Lamont, there's the Chicago plane coming in, too. Don't they come in fast, though?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lamont, look.
What are you staring at, Margot? You act like you've never seen a plane before.
I'm not looking at the plane, Lamont. I was looking at that man over there at gate 3. Isn't he the man who we heard asking for Commissioner Weston?
Where? Oh, yes, so it is.
Oh, we ought to tell him he's waiting at the wrong gate for the commissioner.
You'll probably discover his mistake before we could get to him, Margot.
Oh, there you are, Cranston, Miss Lane.
Hello, Commissioner. Did you have a nice trip?
No, thanks. I just had one.
Oh, Commissioner, that's an old gag.
Well, it's not as old as that telegram gag you sent me, Cranston. Come immediately. Very important. What did you mean by that? What did you mean by that?
It was Margot's idea. She sent it.
Margot sent the wire?
Commissioner, you know that I belong to the Social Welfare Association.
Now, what has that got to do with it?
Well, I promised that I'd get you to speak on crime prevention. It's cause and cure.
What?
Curing crime prevention? I don't blame you, Commissioner. It sounds a little mad to me, too.
A speech on crime prevention.
Oh, well, please say you'll do it. I gave my solemn promise that you'd be there.
Well, this is the limit of all the nonsense.
You're making a mistake. I'm not Tom Vitor.
Aren't you? What's that over there?
Well, if you're not Vitor, you can prove it later at headquarters.
There seems to be some trouble, Commissioner.
Yes, it does.
Why, that's the man who was looking for you, Commissioner.
Looking for me, huh? Oh, he's just picked up someone. All right, folks, stand back there. Let me through.
Don't mind me, please.
Make way there, please. Let me in there.
You can't do this to me.
What's going on
I can't
here?
do this. Oh, Commissioner Weston. I just picked this guy up coming in from Chicago.
Fine. Who is he? Incidentally, who are you?
Detective Sloan of the Detroit Force. And this is the murderer of the gambler, Jerry Rowan. His name is Tom Vitor. I'm not Vitor. Commissioner, look at this photograph in this police circular. Is this Vitor? It's just a similarity, I tell you.
Wait a minute. Similarity, huh? Come on, Vida. We're going down to headquarters. Let us through here, please.
Commissioner, wait! Commissioner, I've got to talk to you.
Miss Lane, this is business. Come on, Vida.
But the social welfare is going to... Oh, darn.
What's the matter, Margot? Did the Social Welfare Association lose its principal speaker?
Not yet, it hasn't. I'm going to follow Commissioner Weston right to police headquarters and get him to say that he will speak tomorrow night.
Fingerprints don't lie, Vitor. Ready to confess now?
Why did you kill Gambler Rowan?
I didn't kill Rowan.
But you do admit you are Vita. That you broke your parole and flew to Chicago after you'd murdered Rowan?
All right, I broke my parole. I flew to Chicago, but I didn't murder Rowan.
I'd like to ask Vitor a few questions, if I may, Commissioner Weston.
Now, Cranston, Detective Sloan and I can handle this.
Oh, Commissioner, I just thought of something.
What, Miss Lane? What now?
You could use all this as the subject of your talk tomorrow night before the Social Welfare Association.
Sloan, take Vita into the other office. This small talk must be boring to him.
Right, Commissioner. Come on, Vitor, in here. I'm sorry, Mac.
Ah, well, another case solved to the department's credit.
Who? Vitor?
Who else? He was the last man who saw Rowan alive.
Now, look, Commissioner.
I know, Cranston. Yes, indeed. You're going to ask about fingerprints. Well, we found Vita's prints all over Rowan's apartment.
Very good, Commissioner.
Huh?
But I was going to ask why Vitor broke his parole to fly to Chicago.
Very good, Cranston. He simply wanted to get away.
Then why did he come back?
Also very good. What?
Granted, he had killed Rowan and gotten away. Why should he want to come back here?
Yes, Commissioner. Why didn't he stay in Chicago?
Now, please, Miss Lane.
And this police circular is a very curious thing, Commissioner.
What do you mean, Cranston? What's wrong with it?
Pardon me, Commissioner, but I think Vitor is about ready to talk now.
Oh, good. Well, I'll go right in and see him. See you later, Cranston.
But, Commissioner...
Miss Lane, come on.
But, Commissioner, I wanted to... I like him. Oh, well. Now, what were you going to say about that police circular, Lamont?
Now, look at it, Margot. Wouldn't you think it strange that a police circular from Chicago would have been printed here?
Why, yes. Look, here's the printer's trademark. Well, what does it mean, Lamont?
It means, Margot, that Tom Vitor is going to receive a little visit from the shadow.
Tom Vitor.
What's that? I heard a voice.
It is the voice of the shadow, Tom Vitor.
I can't see you.
I'm right here outside your cell door. I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind, which makes me invisible.
I've heard of you, Shadow. You gotta help me. I didn't kill Jerry Rowan.
Why did you leave town the same day Rowan was murdered?
I didn't know anything about Rowan's murder, Shadow.
But you had been to Rowan's apartment that afternoon?
Yes, Rowan had sent for me. He wanted me to join the mob again, but I refused. That was the last I saw of him.
And yet that same evening, Mr. Vitor, you violated your parole by flying to Chicago.
Well, when I got back to my apartment, there was a message telling me that my wife was there. She left me. I had to tell her that I was gone straight for her sake.
So that's why you went to Chicago?
Yes, to ask her to give me another chance.
I see. Then why did you come back, Mr. Vitor?
I couldn't find her in Chicago. Then I received another tip that she'd come back here and was staying at the Carlson Hotel with her friend Elsie Randley.
What you've told me, Mr. Vitor, wouldn't stand a chance in a court of law.
Court or no court, it's true.
We shall see, Mr. Vitor. We shall see.
Lamont, did you find anything out from Vitor?
I don't know yet, Margot. Oh, by the way, where's Shrevey?
He's waiting in his cab around the corner.
Well, let's find him.
All right. Oh, I'm getting hungry, Lamont. Do you think you could possibly buy a poor little starving social worker some dinner?
Well, I shall buy a poor little starving social worker a big dinner.
Oh, Lamont.
Later.
Oh, Lamont.
Right now, the Shadow is going to call on Mrs. Tom Vitor and her friend Elsie Randley at the Carlson Hotel.
Oh, well, then we could have dinner there, couldn't we, Lamont?
Why, yes, we could. Later.
Oh, Lamont!
Down, Margot. They're firing at us.
Oh, we can get off the street now, Lamont. Looks like the shooting's over. Lamont. Lamont! Well, he's been hit.
What's the matter, lady?
Get a doctor quickly. He's been shot.
Cranston, you had a very narrow escape. A fraction of an inch to the right and...
Thanks, Doctor. I fully realize how close it was.
Can I help you, Lamont?
Doggone it, Cranston. This only goes to prove what I've always said. Amateurs shouldn't meddle in police work.
Now, you leave him alone, Commissioner. Can't you see he's still weak?
What were you doing outside police headquarters in the middle of a gunfight anyway?
Commissioner, I wasn't in the middle of a gunfight. I was the target.
And if you ask any more questions, you're going to be my target,
Please,
Commissioner.
Please. Who's out for you, Cranston?
I have a hunch it's got something to do with Tom Vito and the Rowan murder.
So Vito shot at you, huh? We've got him under lock and key.
No, it wasn't Vito who took a shot at
Now,
me.
look here, Cranston. Vito is the killer, and that's that. Let's not confuse...
Commissioner.
What? What is it, Sloan?
Vito has hanged himself from a water pipe in his cell.
Hanged himself?
No.
Such a thing is impossible.
Well, I'm telling you, Commissioner.
Just a moment. Then it would appear Vito took his own life?
Obviously. Oh, yes, that's right. His only out was to cheat the chair.
Well, gentlemen, if Vito committed suicide, we have a horse here of a decidedly different color.
In a moment, our play will continue. Meanwhile, let's leave the world of the mysterious and hop right into the sphere of everyday affairs. There's certainly nothing that's more an everyday affair than heating your home in the winter. Every day in the long winter months, you want dependable, even heat throughout your house. Blue coal will give it to you. Blue coal is the dependable fuel of low cost because it burns better, lasts longer, and that means real economy. What's more, blue coal makes comfortable home heating not only simple and economical, but also easy. Right, easy is just the word. You see, blue coal is delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Then, too, the new automatic blue coal heat regulator cuts out those frequent damper-adjusting trips you're probably familiar with. Cuts them right out because it automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood blue coal dealer right away. Ask him to come out and discuss your heating situation with you. You'll find him a genial, well-informed businessman. A number of people impressed by this have told us blue coal is represented by an especially fine group of men. This is true, and something every dealer is proud of. So look under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory and call your neighborhood dealer tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. It's already. Don't you think it's advisable that we should all go home and get a little shut-eye we should get?
Perhaps we ought to take Miss Lane home, Shrevey. She's sound asleep here in the back seat.
No, I'm not. I'm wide awake. I just close my eyes to rest them.
Okay, Margot, have it your way. On to 6078 Front Street, Shrevey.
Yes, sir. Mine is not the reason why.
That's the city morgue, Shrevey.
It's just to do or die. The morgue?
Watch where you're driving, Shrevey.
As if I wouldn't from now on, as if.
Why the morgue, Lamont?
Because I can't believe, as Commissioner Weston does, that Vito committed suicide. I want to see the body myself.
I don't like to bring it up, but this is 6078 Front Street. The morgue, remember?
Very well, Shrevey. Oh, and Margot, I think you'd better stay here and guard Shrevey. He's a little green around the gills.
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, yes, Miss Lane, around the gills, but not a little.
Shrevey, you're a big baby.
I won't be long, Margot.
Well, see that you aren't, Lamont.
What can I do for you, young man? If you're looking for a room and bath, I can't accommodate you. You ain't the right type.
Very funny.
I think so. Room and bath, right type. Get it?
I'd like to see the body of Tom Vito, which was brought in here earlier this evening.
Oh, Tom Vito, huh? Let's see.
I would like to see the body, please.
Now, don't be impatient, young man. He'll wait for you. Get it? He'll wait for you.
I get it. Now, will you please take me to the body?
Oh. No sense of humor. All right this way. Don't be surprised if he don't recognize you because he... Oh, no, you wouldn't appreciate it. Yes, here we are. Let me see. All right, step in.
Thanks.
Now, let me see. I think we have your friend packed way up here. Yeah. Here's your friend, mister, tucked neatly away on his little trundle bed of ice. You want to look?
Yes. Just as I thought.
What?
This man didn't die of hanging.
Death caused by strangulation at his own hands, it says here.
I don't care what it says there. He didn't commit suicide. Tom Vito met his death just as Jerry Rowan did, by murder.
Did you learn anything at the morgue, Lamont?
Enough, Margot, to know that the Shadow's next step is to have Mrs. Tom Vito identify her husband's photograph, which appears on this forged police circular.
Hello? Hello? Oh, all right, operator. I'll call later. Oh.
Whom were you calling on the phone, Mrs. Vito?
What? Thought I heard a voice.
It is the Shadow's voice, Mrs. Vito.
Who are you? I can't see you.
I've clouded your mind with a hypnotic mist, making me invisible to your eyes.
Oh, I see. But why have you come here, Shadow?
Because I know that you can tie up several loose ends of a mystery.
And I don't know how I can help.
You can help by telling me who you were trying to reach on the telephone just now.
Why, it was Elsie Randley, my roommate. She's staying with me here. She hasn't returned home, and I just got worried.
I see. Look at the picture on this police circular, Mrs. Victor.
It's Tom, my husband.
Have you ever seen this particular photograph before?
Yes. I took it about 5 years ago.
Before you decided to divorce your husband, Mrs. Vito?
You know that, too?
I do. Why did you run away, Mrs. Vito?
Well, my love for Tom had died, and...
And you fell in love with somebody else?
Yes.
Why didn't you explain everything to your husband?
Oh, I wanted to, Shadow, but I was persuaded not to. I'll go to him now. He'll understand.
No, Mrs. Vito. It's too late now.
Too late?
Your husband is dead.
Oh, no. No.
Your husband was murdered.
Tom was...
Murdered, Mrs. Vito. And you can help me catch his murderer by telling me who could have obtained the photograph which appears in this forged police circular.
Yes. Yes, Shadow. The only person who could have stolen that picture from me is... Oh!
Mrs. Vito! Oh. Mrs. Vito!
I knew he'd do this. His very determined Shadow.
Who, Mrs. Vito? Who has done this?
Can't tell now, Shadow. 'Cause it haunt me even after death. Even after death.
So, Commissioner, you think at last you have the real murderer under lock and key.
Who else could it be but Elsie Randley?
After all, Mr. Cranston, she was Mrs. Vita's roommate, and besides, she had good reason to kill her.
Really? What reason?
Cranston, try to follow. Elsie Randley killed Mrs. Vita because...
Commissioner Weston?
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant Destro of the Chicago Detective Bureau.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
A little explaining. Why did you pick up Tom Vito for the murder of Jerry Rowan?
Because his police circular demanding his arrest was sent out by your office.
That circular was forged.
What? Just what I was trying to tell you, Commissioner. The real murderer was trying to throw suspicion on Tom Vito.
So what? The murderer is Elsie Randley, and I've got her in the state prison.
You think so, Commissioner?
Sure. She killed Rowan because he gave her the brush off. She used to be his girlfriend. Then she killed Mrs. Vita because she was afraid Mrs. Vita would spill it to the police. Simple enough.
There's just one little point you gentlemen seem to have overlooked.
What?
Who killed Tom Vito?
He killed himself.
Commissioner, Tom Vito was beaten to death in the same way that Rowan was.
What?
It was a very professional job. You couldn't tell his head had been bashed in unless you examined it very carefully. I saw his body in the morgue.
Cranston, I tell you, Elsie Randley is the killer, and I'm sticking to it. What do you think, Sloan?
That's the way I figure it, Chief.
How do you feel about it, Destro?
Sounds logical to me.
All sticking your necks out together, eh? Well, Commissioner, if anything happens to Miss Elsie Randley, your so-called killer, you're going to be 3 frightened policemen.
Lamont, are you sure that Elsie Randley is completely innocent?
Margot, I think she's innocent, but I have reason to believe she knows the name of the murderer. And because of this knowledge, he'll try to silence her, too.
But she's perfectly safe. She's locked up.
That didn't save Tom Vito, Margot. We've got to protect her. Now, look.
I want you to go to the state prison and get to Elsie Randley's cell while I trail Detective Destro. I don't care how you get to her cell, but do it. Her life depends on it.
Here we are, Miss Lane. Elsie Randley's cell.
It's dark in here at this time of night.
Yes. Oh, now before we go in, I must warn you again that neither the warden nor Commissioner Weston know that I'm letting you see Miss Randley. Would mean my job if they did.
Oh, I understand, Detective Sloan.
Go in, please.
Thank you.
Who's your friend, Detective?
Miss Randley, meet Miss Lane. You two are going to be together a long time.
What do you mean?
I'm getting sick of this whole thing, Sloan. I don't want to go to the chair for... Somebody else?
Well, then tell us who the real murderer is, Miss Randley. Don't shield a killer.
I don't squeal, sister.
But you will, Elsie.
Oh, no, I won't. I gave my promise.
You'll break your promise, Elsie, when the electric chair stares you in the face.
Oh, he's right, Miss Randley. Tell the police what you know.
Yes, Elsie, tell. You can tell Miss Lane everything.
Are you kidding?
Elsie is trying to say that I'm the killer, Miss Lane.
You're the killer.
Yes. I killed Rowan because I owed him a gambling debt and couldn't pay it.
What?
So I sent Vitor to Chicago on a wild goose chase to find his wife. That way, I pinned the murder on him.
Are you crazy? Spilling that, Sloan?
But the police circular.
I had the phony circular made up in order to grab him when he got off the plane. You know, I'm proud of the fact that when I beat him to death in this very room and hanged him from that water pipe, that none of the smart cops knew how it was done.
And you must have killed Mrs. Vitor, too.
Mrs. Vitor made a very useful tool until she outlived her usefulness and wanted to squeal to the police. But enough of that. I have a score to settle with you two now.
Now, wait, Joe. You can't do this.
You won't have to watch long, Elsie. You're going to die first, Miss Lane. Now, we just open this door here to the death chamber.
Well, that's the electric chair in there.
Sloan, you can't do this.
No, help! Help! Come on!
311, Miss Lane. We're quite alone here. No one will hear you.
What are you going to do with us?
Aren't you both rather impatient?
Mr. Cranston will stop you. He'll...
I promise my shots won't miss that meddler the second time. And now, Miss Lane, into the electric chair you go.
Oh, no!
Oh, yes.
No!
Yes.
No!
Yes. There. There, now. Now to tie the straps.
Oh, no, you don't, Sloan.
Sneak up behind me, will you? I don't think so. Too bad, Miss Lane, that I'm your only audience now. That I'll be a very appreciative one. And now to pull the switch. It generates a little power.
Oh, no! No, please!
Please,
No,
please. And this little switch will complete the job.
No!
Dead so soon, my dear? You spoiled my fun. I didn't even pull the switch. Well, a little extra juice won't hurt you. I just have to...
Not so fast, Detective Sloan.
That voice, my arm. Who holds my arm?
The Shadow murderer. What have you done to Miss Lane?
Something that even you can't mend, Shadow.
Sloan, your life of crime is at an end.
If it is, I won't pay the police for the deaths of Rowan and the Vitors, and above all, Miss Lane. The privilege of taking my own life rests with me.
Get away from that master switch.
Thanks, no, Shadow. I'd rather go this way.
Thank heaven, Margot. When you fainted, Sloan thought you were dead and didn't complete his job.
Yes, thank heaven, Lamont.
I'll never forgive myself for sending you to that trap when I was stupidly following the trail of Detective Destro.
He was perfectly all right?
Perfectly. It was Sloan who had no right to wear a badge. He'd gotten on the Detroit force with the aid of false credentials. Sooner or later, he would have been discovered, but now his days of killing are over.
Oh, Lamont, I just thought of something.
What?
I got a call from the Social Service League again this morning, and they're holding another meeting.
Oh, good for them.
They want to know why I didn't get Commissioner Weston to speak to them the last time.
Uh-huh. On crime prevention, its cause and cure?
Yes. So I told them I was getting someone else, someone better.
Who's the poor goat this time, Margot?
I told them I was getting you.
Well, that's... Oh, no, you're not, Margot.
Oh, yes, I am, Lamont.
a moment, we'll bring you a real-life episode proving that crime does not pay. First, I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, quite a few people have told me that they're tired of playing nursemaid to their furnace. I wonder if you feel the same way. You must if you find it necessary to hop down to the basement several times a day to fuss and fool around with the furnace, adjust the dampers, and try to wheedle a good supply of heat out of a lazy fire. Now, all that's unnecessary. It certainly is. Actually, when you know the correct method of operating a furnace, the whole thing is perfectly easy. Now, here's my suggestion. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay trained serviceman to your home right away. This man will teach you correct furnace operation in a jiffy and at absolutely no charge. It won't cost you a cent, and you need feel under no obligation. Homeowners the country over are making use of this free and exclusive blue coal dealer service. So why don't you? Decide right now to call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. You'll find it pays to get acquainted with the Blue Coal way. Thank you.
The characters, names, places, and plot in today's story are purely fictitious, and any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. It is 4 p.m., November 7th. Anthony Tyshan, 26, leader of a hold-up gang, is on his way to a meeting of the mob. He says to himself,
So the cops think they know something, do they? They put out posters. Wanted for robbery. They ought to make that plural. We got 30 jobs in the book, yeah, and they ain't gonna never stick me in no stir. Say, who's this guy coming down the street? Looks like a cop. No, he don't. Here's a house. Right through that plate glass window. He's coming after me. He's a cop, all right. Well, I'll go through the house and out the back door.
You think you can get away so easily, Anthony Tyshan? No, indeed. The law will follow a criminal to the ends of the earth.
I gotta get out of here. He's gonna catch me. I'm going through this window.
So, sprawled out and dying with a bullet in his back, another gangster criminal wrote finish to a brief career of law defiance. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the DL&W Coal Company, producers of Blue Coal, bring you another strange...
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Louise. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. Some boy I know thinks committing murder is a sure way to make a fortune. And unless I can convince him otherwise, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to the adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Mighty Muscle. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I want to tell you about the handiest little menu helpers a homemaker can have in her kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Every one so handy, for quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, appetizers, and salad toppings. They're creamy, mild-tasting Kraft cheese spreads, and sharp-tasting varieties, too. All delicious, all of the finest quality, because they're made by Kraft. Tomorrow when you shop, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads by Kraft. And now, the case of the mighty muscle. It's early Sunday morning, and the streets of Manhattan are deserted, save for a broad-shouldered young man named Al Compton, who strolls down East 86th Street and heads for home. But unknown to Mr. Compton, he has company. 20 feet behind him is a tall, lean gent who matches him step for step. And only after Compton has gone 2 blocks is he aware of his shadow.
All right, friend, what's the idea?
Speaking to me?
Yes, why are you tailing me?
Tailing? Now, why should I want to do a thing like this?
That's what I want to know.
You're imagining things, Mr. Compton.
Yeah? And how come you know my name?
Oh, well, you're a celebrity. Everybody knows Ken Brady and the fella he's grooming to follow in his footsteps. Why, it's one of the big success stories of our time.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Okay, Compton, I'll put it to you straight. You going right home?
Why?
A friend of mine wants to talk to you.
Who?
Nick Daniels.
What does Daniels want with me?
Oh, then you've heard of the boss.
Maybe.
Then you know that Daniels ain't no two-bit up.
I know his territory is Indianapolis. What's he doing in New York?
That's what he wants to talk to you about. I got a car around the corner.
I'm sorry. I never take rides with strangers.
Look, Compton, as far as I'm concerned, you can keep on walking and heaven bless you. But Daniels said, Eddie, you bring Compton to my place, so you see the position that puts me in.
That's your tough luck.
Oh, no, friend. It's yours. Oh.
You must really enjoy your work, Eddie. What'd you hit him with?
Hey, Nick.
I heard it.
Think it could be the cops?
No, Brady wouldn't have missed him this fast.
You want me?
No. I'll take care of it. You look after our friend here. Just a second. I'm coming.
Hello, Nick.
What are you doing here, Claire? I thought I left you in Indianapolis.
Well, you're such an irresistible creature, I had to follow you. I want to talk to you.
You'll have to pick another time. I'm all jammed up.
With what? Oh. Well. What goes on under our little roof?
That's none of your business. Now, will you leave?
Isn't that handsome hunk of man on the bed Al Compton?
Didn't I tell you to beat it?
All right, darling, if you don't want me to stay.
Hold it, Claire. I changed my mind.
I thought that was a woman's prerogative.
You wouldn't be thinking of going up to see his boss, Ken Brady, would you?
Would you mind?
Very much. You don't want to jump to conclusions, Claire. Mr. Compton just dropped in to chat. He had a couple too many, and he passed out.
That hard stuff is awful, isn't it? Especially when you get it from the end of a blackjack.
Now, listen, Claire.
Sure. What's it worth to you?
What's what worth to me?
Keeping my mouth shut.
$1,000.
Oh, now, Nick.
Now, make up your mind, baby. If you don't want it, that's all right with me, too.
Now, don't be cheap, darling. After all, in your bracket, how much can you keep?
I
anyway?
said I'll give you $1,000. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Though I'd like to try for 2.
Look, Nick, you're going to talk all night with that dame. We got work.
Just a second, Eddie. Listen, Claire, I want you to take a little walk for a while. Come back in a couple of hours.
4:30 be all right?
5 will be even better.
And you'll have that money ready.
I said I would. Okay, Eddie, get him up.
Yeah. Come on, Compton. Wake up.
Let me alone.
Come on, you can go back to sleep after the boss talks to you.
Huh?
Hello, Compton.
Oh, you're Nick Daniels, aren't you?
That's right. I'm awfully sorry about this fellow, but I had to talk to you.
No good. Sit down.
Now, I've got a proposition for you, Compton.
I'm not interested.
Why don't you hear me out? I've been doing a little checking up on you. They told me you're Brady's fair-haired boy. Treat you like his own son.
So?
So I'm going to show you how to commercialize on it. Now, I'd like to open up a couple of gambling clubs around town.
You're crazy. You think Brady would stand for it while he's in the business?
That's just it. He's not going to be in business much longer.
What do you mean?
We're going to knock off his club regularly.
What?
Yes. And when his customers see the rough stuff that goes on, I don't think they'll be flocking there anymore.
You're out of your mind, Daniels.
You don't think it'll work?
No, we got spotters all over the place. It's armed like a fortress. How are you going to get your boys past the guards?
That's where you come in.
You think I'd sell out Brady after all he's done?
I think you'd sell out your own mother if the price were right.
Look, you can take your money.
Well, who's talking about money? There are other things in life besides that.
You're not making sense.
Ever hear of a man named Sam Richards?
No.
Funny. I found a guy in Mobile who's willing to identify you as the lad who killed Richards in a fight over some girl.
That's a lie.
Seems this friend of mine was living across the street and saw the whole thing from his window.
You're bluffing.
You think so? Well, take a look at these pictures.
Where did you get them?
Oh, I forgot to mention that this friend of mine is a camera enthusiast, and he thought a picture of you bending over the body might come in handy.
Well, you're not frightening me, Daniels. Brady knows all about that mess.
Yeah, but the cops don't. What do you say, Compton? Do you cooperate?
When would I get the pictures?
Don't give them a thought. I'll deliver right after you do.
Sorry, Judy, so you see the spot I'm in. Either way, I'm a dead duck.
What does this Nick Daniels have on you?
Oh, that's unimportant.
It can't be if you told him you'd cooperate.
Listen, Judy, I swear all this happened long before I ever met you.
Then why can't you tell me what it is?
I just can't, that's all. Just take my word for it that Daniels wasn't sounding off. If I double-cross him, it can mean my life.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, what can I do? When I came to New York, I was a bum. Brady took a liking to me. He gave me a job.
You mean you're going to tell him about Nick Daniels?
Yes.
Oh, no, you can't do that, Al.
You got a better idea?
Yes. Why don't we leave town?
How far do you think we'd get? Daniels probably has a boy now watching the hotel.
Then why don't you do what Daniels wants? Brady'd never suspect
Will you forget it?
If you really loved me,
I do.
Then don't say anything to Brady.
Just get out of my way, Judy.
No. I won't let you go, Al.
You can't stop me.
I can try. Al! Al!
No way. There's nobody here. No. Yeah?
Let me talk to Mike Waring, please.
Ain't here.
What's the matter, kid? Did I wake you?
Oh, that's a pretty ridiculous question, Corbett. What do you want?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to do you a favor.
Look, Sergeant, I don't like guys doing me favors at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, Mike, if you don't want to meet her.
What are you babbling about?
I just picked up a little number who's out of her mind to meet the Falcon. You interested?
Nope.
She's blonde, 5'2".
I said I wasn't
in. Figure that would put Venus to shame.
Oh. What's her name?
Judy Wainwright.
Never heard of her.
You will. She just killed Al Compton.
Ken Brady's boy?
That's right. She wants to hire you.
Is that why you called me?
Yeah.
Well, tell Miss Wainwright I'm not interested.
Ah, you're being smart, Mike.
What do you mean?
Well, strictly between you and me and the guy who's hiding under your racing form, this little girl hasn't got a prayer.
Not a chance, huh?
No. She's up the well-known creek without a paddle. I bet the jury won't take 20 minutes to strap her into the chair. Want to hear the story she tried to give us?
No, never mind, Sergeant. You always foul up a story. Tell Miss Wainwright I'll be over to hear it myself.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. While Mike is on his way to listen to Judy Wainwright's story, I have a little success story I'd like to tell you. It's about a hostess I know who helped make her latest party a special success by serving extra delicious appetizers. Here's how she made them. She took small strips of dried beef, spread them with Kraft's tempting relish cheese spread, and then just rolled them up jelly roll fashion. Good eating? I should say so. Mighty good eating. And of course, it's no wonder, because Kraft relish cheese spread has a flavor that's delightfully mild and yet tantalizing. And it's smooth, creamy smooth, for easy spreading, too. And like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Kraft Relish is a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest, purest ingredients. Kraft spreads are perfect for appetizers and for between-meal snacks and sandwiches, too. Try Kraft Pimento, Roca, Kraft Pineapple. In fact, try all 9 grand varieties. Look for them in gay, colorful, tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, Kraft cheese spreads are America's favorites because they're so delicious. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett, acting at the behest of Judy Wainwright, got in touch with Mike Waring. And now at a local jail, while the Falcon listens, Miss Wainwright talks for herself.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Waring. I didn't kill Al.
Then how come you didn't see the murderer?
Because my back was to the door.
And you didn't hear it open?
No.
How do you explain the gun being found in the room?
The killer must have thrown it in.
And how did your fingerprints get on it?
Oh, I don't remember. I was so dazed I probably picked it up without thinking.
And you weren't so dazed that you couldn't pack a bag and head for the nearest bus line where the cops grabbed you.
I tell you, I didn't know what I was doing.
You had a fight with Compton, didn't you?
No. I was crazy about it.
And how come the people next door heard you arguing? Corbett tells me they heard Compton say he was walking out on you and you wouldn't let him go.
That's a lie.
Did you or didn't you say you were going to stop him?
What is this, a third degree? Just what side are you on, Mr. Waring?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll get someone else. Falcon's not the only private detective in town.
Okay, Angel. No hard feelings. Hey, Sergeant.
No. Wait, Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Okay. Suppose we start with the last question I asked.
Well, Al and I were arguing, but it wasn't over what you think. Al worked for Ken Brady.
You're not telling me anything new.
Well, late last night, a man came to Al with a proposition. Either Al helped him ruin Brady's club, or else.
Or else what?
I don't know. It was blackmail of some sort.
Or what was Compton's decision?
He was going to tell Brady the whole story, even though it meant his life. That's why I wouldn't let him go.
And would you know the name of the party who tried to blackjack him into line?
Yes. It was Nick Daniels.
Oh, the gentleman from Indianapolis?
I think so. Do you know him?
No, but I've always wanted to. And this may be my chance. Hey, Sergeant, I want out.
Want me to get that, Nick?
Don't trouble yourself, Claire.
No trouble at all. Hello? Yes, just a minute. It's your Indianapolis call, Nick. The operator says she's ready with Wilson.
Just tell him I won't need those strong-arm men I asked him for.
Anything else?
No, just say I'll be back in a couple of days.
All right.
Go right on, Claire. I'll take care of him.
Hello, Wilson. Nick asked me to relay some dope to you. Yeah, about those men. Look. You want to...
Hello, Nick.
Do I know you?
Oh, not like you're going to. My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon. What do you want with me?
Well, I'm working for a girl named Judy Wainwright.
I don't believe I know her.
She was engaged to Al Compton.
Oh. Too bad it was broken.
Then you know he was murdered, huh?
Sure, I heard it on the radio. Sad, wasn't it?
Yes, very. But doesn't it strike you strange that he should be knocked off right after you worked on him to double-cross Brady?
Who told you that?
Little birdie.
What's this little birdie's name?
Oh, what difference does that make?
It's got a long tongue. Maybe somebody ought to pull it out. Eddie. First game?
Right.
Get your hands off me.
Shut up.
Nick, what are you doing?
I said, get your hands off me.
I heard you the first time.
Why, you...
Tough guy, huh?
Come on, break it up.
Let go.
I said break it up. Quit playing around, Eddie. Use the sack.
No, you don't.
I can't. He's got my arm.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll have to take a hand. You all right, Eddie?
My arm feels like he tore it out of its socket. It's dirty.
Make him stop, Nick.
I'll fix him.
Cut it out, Eddie. Waring. Waring.
He's out cold.
Give me that vase.
You're not going to hit him with it.
Will you shut up? Lift his head up, Eddie.
Right.
That's fine.
No, don't.
It's only water, Waring. It can't hurt you. Want a drink?
No.
Suit yourself. Who told you about my deal with Al Compton?
That's none of your...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Nick, stop it.
I told you to keep out of this, Claire. Well, Mr. Waring?
You don't think I'd tell you?
Sure I do.
Well, you're going to be disappointed.
Okay, Eddie. Take off his shoes.
Hey, what's the idea?
I'm going to show you how we make it hot for guys like you back in Indianapolis.
Nick, you wouldn't.
No? We'll watch and see. Got a match, Eddie?
Sure.
No.
Nick!
Well?
He still ain't talking, Nick.
What'd you come out for? Go back in there with Claire and work on him till he does.
That's no use. He's out cold. From the looks of it, he will be for another 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, that's fine. Now, how am I going to find out who told him I got to Compton?
Maybe he just guessed it.
No. You don't guess things like that, Eddie. Somebody's been talking out of turn.
Maybe it was Claire.
Maybe. Then again, maybe it was you.
Well, what kind of a crack is that?
Claire stood to make a grand if things had broken right, so take it any way you like.
All right, Nick, as long as you mentioned it. Where do I stand in this deal?
I told you that before.
Before things were different. I was supposed to get 5% of everything you made in New York.
So?
So right now, the best you can hope for is to keep your health. If Brady ever hears of this stunt, you won't live long enough to regret it. Where does that leave me?
The same place it leaves me.
Well, not quite. You got dough. I haven't.
That's tough.
But only on you.
What's the idea of the gun, Eddie?
I want 10 grand for my trouble.
What?
You heard me.
I haven't got it here.
Don't hand me that.
I'll let you look at my wallet. I'm fresh out. It cost me plenty to start operating.
You've got plenty more in your safe.
Sure, but that's down in the office.
All right, let's go to the office.
Okay, Eddie. When a fella's got something coming to him, I'd be the last one to stop him from getting it. Let me get my coat.
Take it easy, handsome. You're going to be all right.
Who are you?
You're not being very flattering, Mr. Waring. I was kind of hoping you noticed me when you first came in.
Oh, I did.
You had me worried for a minute. I thought I was slipping.
And what time is it?
9:15.
You mean I've been alone here for almost 3 hours?
Not alone, honey. I've been keeping you company.
Oh, lucky me. What's your name, Angel?
Claire.
And what's the rest of it?
Ames. Miss Claire Ames.
Since when has it been Miss? Wasn't so long ago you were wearing a wedding ring there.
Who told you that?
Oh, I'm clairvoyant. Besides, you still got a band of white on your left hand.
Oh.
Yeah, see how simple it is? Who was the lucky man?
What difference does it make?
Because I've got a feeling it was Nick Daniels.
How did you know that?
Oh, just a hunch. You still married to the guy?
Yes, but don't give up hope, Hanson. I don't think it'll last. I've been thinking of Reno for quite a while.
How would Nick like that?
He wouldn't.
How'd you get into this mess, anyway?
Nick promised me $1,000 if I'd help him, and I needed the money.
Mm-hmm. Did he and Eddie kill Al Compton?
Use your head. What was their percentage? Compton was their boy.
Well, where are they now?
They left about 2 hours ago from Nick's office.
What do they do with my shoes?
Don't be a fool, Waring. You can't hobble around in your condition. You just lie still. I'll get a doctor.
Don't you bother. I'll live through it. Too bad I can't say as much for your husband. Where's Nick's office, Claire?
Last one down the hall. Look, Mike, what's your interest in this case?
Well, isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Al Compton's murderer.
Why?
Because I've got a client named Judy Wainwright the police think did it.
I see.
Do you?
Yes. So that's where the leak was, huh? That's how you knew that Nick approached Compton.
Uh-huh.
And the police think that your client is guilty.
Yep.
What makes you so sure she isn't?
Oh, I don't know. Call it blind faith.
I wish I could find someone to believe in me that way.
Well, maybe we could work out a deal.
Maybe.
This the place?
Yes.
Who's the Star Trading Company?
That's the name Nick is using in New York.
Oh. Well, I guess there's nobody...
What's the matter?
I spoke too soon. The door's open. Where's the light switch?
I've got it.
Well, awfully careless of Mr. Nick Daniels to leave his office in this condition. Doesn't it strike you as being sloppy?
No.
Well, obviously, we both can't be looking at the same thing. And the first thing I noticed was that open closet. And the next thing I saw...
Eddie!
Yes, that's who it is, Claire.
Well, what's wrong with him?
Just to mention one thing, he's dead. Hand me the phone, Angel. I got to call the police.
Precinct, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Well, where you been keeping yourself, friend? Your client's been asking for you.
Now, you tell Miss Wainwright she's got nothing to worry about. I'll be down in 5 minutes with the proof that she didn't kill Compton.
What do you call proof?
I just found Eddie Nichols' body.
Say that again?
I just found Eddie Nichols' body. Nick Daniels' boy. Someone let him have a butcher knife right in the back.
Where'd you find him?
In Nick's office.
How do you figure that clears Miss Wainwright?
I'll explain it all when I see you, Sergeant. But it stands to reason the same party who killed Al Compton killed Eddie.
I still don't see how that gives the girl an out.
Oh, come off it. What's wrong with you, Corbett? Eddie's been dead for less than an hour. And for the last 5, you've had my client under lock and key.
I guess again, Miss Wainwright raised 10 grand worth of bail at 7 o'clock tonight. That was 3 hours ago.
You're joking.
If you think so, wait till you hear the payoff. The guy who put up the dough is a gentleman named Nick Daniels. Ain't that enough to kill you?
This is Jack Costello again, friends, and I'd like to say a few words about those 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. That's right, I said 9. There's a variety to please every taste. There are the creamy, mild-tasting ones like Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft Limburger, Smoke Hell, and Kraft Cheese and Bacon Spread. All of them are delicious and good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring received the news that Judy Wainwright's bail was furnished by Nick Daniels. And now, with the gorgeous Mrs. Daniels in tow, the Falcon tries to locate the good deeder.
Listen, Claire. You're sure Daniels wouldn't go anyplace but this apartment?
Well, it's either here or his office.
But the doorman said he hasn't been back since he left.
Yes. Obviously, he knew whereof he spoke. Well, I guess the only thing to do is to sit and wait.
That seems like a smart idea.
Want a drink?
Don't mind if I do.
Say when.
When?
Here's to what we both want.
Wait a minute. Does Nick have a hotel suite anywhere?
Not that I know of.
Where could he have taken Judy?
Why are you so worried about her?
You don't know how important that little lady is in my scheme of things.
You think she killed Compton and Eddie?
Well, do you, Mr. Waring?
Judy. Where's Nick?
Right behind her.
Huh?
So try anything funny and you know what'll happen.
Why don't you let him bail you out, Judy?
I thought you sent him.
You'll forgive me for using your name, friend.
How did you find out about her?
I'm a gambler, Waring. I play hunches. This one paid off right on the nose.
Oh. Speaking of hunches, Nick, I've got a honey of my own.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a feeling that one of the things you're not expecting is this. Get down, Judy. That's not nice, Nick. Drop that gun. Come on, drop it.
Cut it out. You're breaking my arm.
And I'm going to start on your neck.
What is... Mike, stop it.
Let go of me, Claire.
You'll kill him.
That's the general idea. Come on, Nick, get up.
Let him be, Mike. He didn't kill Al Compton.
No?
No. How would he know Compton was going to double-cross him and tell Brady? I tell you, Nick had no motive.
Who said he did?
What?
I never claimed he had a motive, Claire. I just don't like this guy on general principles.
I don't get you.
No. I'll see if this is any better. You killed Al Compton.
You're crazy.
And what's more, you killed Eddie Nichols when he stumbled on the truth.
You let go of me.
Now, don't struggle, Angel. Because now that I've finished with Mr. Daniels, I'd just as soon start on his missus.
So it was Claire who was the villain of the piece.
Mm-hmm.
But why did she kill Al? She had nothing against him.
Well, that's what made this almost a perfect crime, Judy. She had no motive, but her husband did.
You mean it was a frame?
That's right, Angel. You see, if Claire played ball with her husband, all she stood to gain was $1,000. But if Nick went to the chair for the murder of Al and Eddie, Then, as his widow...
She stood to come into a fortune.
Now, you got it. While I was out cold, she followed Eddie and her husband to the office, where she let Eddie have it.
And you mean to tell me Nick just stood by and did nothing?
What was your reaction when you saw Al die?
Oh.
As I recall, you were a little on the bewildered side.
Yes, that's true.
Well, the same thing happened to Nick.
But didn't Claire say she was with you while Eddie and Nick were gone?
What could you expect her to do, break down and confess? After that going over I got, I was in no condition to tell whether or not she was lying.
Well, I still find it hard to believe she was in that hotel room while I was arguing with Al.
Well, why? You were both so worked up you didn't notice the door open.
Oh, now admit it. You're guessing.
No, she had to be in that room, Judy. You see, she knew something she never could have known otherwise. That Al was planning to double-cross Nick by telling his boss the whole story. Now, Nick didn't know that. The only reason he was giving up the scheme of breaking Brady was that, with Al dead, it didn't stand a chance of working. Now, is it clear?
I see.
Good.
I only wish there was some way I could pay you for all you've done.
Oh, there is.
How?
Well, I don't think this is the proper time to go into that.
Why not?
Well, a private detective likes to keep his fees strictly between him and his client, and I've got a feeling we're being overheard. Wait till we're alone, huh?
This is Boy Scout Week, the 41st anniversary of the beginning of the Boy Scout movement in America. All over the country, special Scout activities are in progress, including Scout open houses to which the public is invited. The Kraft Foods Company salutes the Boy Scouts and urges all America to support this character-building work among our youth. Why not get in touch with your local Scout organization this week? Drop in and get acquainted with the Scouts, their leaders, and their program. The Case of the Superfluous Murder. The Case of the Superfluous Murder. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that if a woman wants something badly enough, not even murder will stand in the way. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Jack Costello speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Groucho Marx joins Tallulah Bankhead's big show today. Be sure to hear it on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the new NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 1, Night Train to Berlin. A story until now, top secret.
We have crossed the Swiss frontier. We are in Germany now.
Herr Garben, I will not talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before the treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk. How do I come to be locked in a compartment with a Gestapo man on the night express from Geneva to Berlin? It is very simple. A long time ago, a man, a very wonderful, brave man, offered me a job and I took it. Baroness, he said, remember this.
In espionage, you receive no credit in success, no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death. If you have to steal, steal. But if you are caught, you will go to jail as a thief. If you have to kill, kill. But if you are caught, you will hang. And always remember, Baroness, your first mistake will be your last.
I accepted the conditions. I became an intelligence agent, a spy. I forgot I was a baroness. I forgot my home in Vienna. I forgot everything except the fight against these animals. I got a job as a manicurist in the Hotel Adlon in Berlin. It is surprising how much one can pick up in a beauty parlor, and I do not mean tips. Your other hand now, Frau von Klug.
Oh, careful, Fräulein. Do not scratch my ring with your file. My husband sent it to me from Africa.
Oh. And that night, I would send a message. Colonel General Hans von Klug is in Africa.
For days I hear nothing. Then all he says in his letter is how cold it is.
Your husband is fighting a war, Frau Richter. He's busy.
Send me my fur-lined field coat, he says. So I wrote, send me a Russian saber.
And that night, my message would say, 3rd Panzer Division is on the Eastern Front in Russia. North sector, where it is cold. Day after day, I manicured the hands of these fat German women. I was waiting for a message from a man called simply the farmer. His trademark was a plain white visiting card with a single grain of wheat glued in the center. I had been told that I would be contacted in a way that no German would ever speak. In a way that no German would ever speak. Last Friday, after the manicure shop closed, I went to sit in the Tiergarten to enjoy the sunshine and the fresh air. As I sat in the lovely park watching the children and the birds, I took out a cigarette.
Good afternoon, Fraulein. Perhaps you'd like a match.
I'm quite capable of lighting my own cigarette.
You look capable of practically anything.
I beg your pardon?
Even of calling a flatfoot and turning me in.
Calling a what?
Flatfoot, you know, like Dick Tracy.
Do you know Dick Tracy?
Mm-hmm. And Little Abner and Daisy May.
It's nice to meet someone who knows them.
I have a calling card right from Dogpatch, sort of farmerish.
May I see?
Perhaps you could describe it first?
Plain white.
Yeah?
With a grain of wheat.
Glued in the center.
Across the street from the entrance to the park, there is a small tea room. Do you know it?
Yes.
Table in the corner behind the pillars. Can you be there in 15 minutes?
That's all I know, Fraulein. What I've told you. The farmer said you would know what to do.
Were those his exact words?
I memorized them.
Repeat the message again.
He said, G left Lisbon by air yesterday, arrived at Hotel Metropole in Geneva tonight.
I see.
Has compartment 10 on car 806, Geneva-Berlin Express, leaving Geneva, midnight Saturday. Stop him. And that's all.
I see.
Is there anything you want me to do?
Yes. There's a flight on Swiss Air leaving Tempelhof in 2 hours. Get me a reservation. And can you get me some Swiss money?
Yes, Fraulein.
As much as you can. Then telephone Geneva and make a reservation for me at the Hotel Metropole in the name of Karen Gabor.
Yes, Fraulein.
I think that is all.
Perhaps I'm not supposed to ask questions, but what was meant by G?
His name is Garben. I've never seen him. I only know that at this moment, he's the most dangerous man in the world. He's smuggling something into Germany that,
Smuggling what, Fraulein?
Well, it is not necessary for you to know. Do not ask me any more questions. Get me as much money as you can and meet me at the airport in 2 hours. Later that night, I was flying over Switzerland. So peaceful, so rich. So convenient as a place where enemies can meet and dine and drink together. After I landed in Geneva, I took a taxi to a dark little shop in the Rue de Petit Cloche, the street of the Little Bell. All this had been planned for weeks. I knew exactly what we needed. I knew what would be ready. I knew that the shoemaker would be waiting.
Coming. Coming. Come in.
Are you alone?
Yes, come in. Were you followed?
No.
Are you positive?
Yes. Are my shoes ready?
Come with me, child, in the back. I have been expecting you for weeks.
I have been waiting for weeks.
So, our little German is in Geneva, eh?
He's catching the midnight express to Berlin tomorrow night.
But we are ready for him, are we not?
I do hope so.
Here are your shoes. Try them on. The instrument is in the heels.
Oh.
It is good. I am skilled in precision work. My years in the watch factory. Are they comfortable?
Yes, they're fine.
Now, bring the heels together.
Like this?
You feel something, no?
Yes. I feel a kind of tingling sensation.
Observe, child. I take off my watch. I place it on the floor. Stand with your heels on either side of the watch.
Like this?
Yes. Now listen. You hear?
It's amazing.
Now I take the watch away. Like this. The sound stops.
Oh, it's perfect.
In your right heel is a very high-frequency shortwave transmitter.
So small.
I have made them smaller than that to fit a wristwatch. In your other heel is a receiver hooked up to a circuit sensitive to radioactive substances. My watch has a radium dial. When you stand with the radium watch dial between your heels, the transmitter activates the receiver. You feel a small electrical impulse and hear the beep. You are a walking Geiger counter.
And you are a genius.
Eh.
And also my very dear friend.
Is there anything else?
Yes. I will go now to the Metropole Hotel. I have a reservation under the name of Karen Gabor.
Karen Gabor?
Yes. I want an operative. Your best. Young enough to be strong and old enough to be wise.
I have the very man. 30, an Englishman, and speaks perfect German, resourceful, fearless.
Have him get me a ticket on the Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night. Our friend will be in compartment 10, car 806. If possible, I want compartment 9 or compartment 11.
And if that is impossible?
Well, then at least in the same car.
Car 806.
That is right.
Anything else?
Have him bring the tickets to the Hotel Metropole and tell him to use the service entrance.
I have something else for you, child. Wait a moment. I made these myself.
Sugar lumps?
Yes, individually wrapped, just like in America. Sugar with enough cyanide to kill in 30 seconds. I will give you 6 cubes. They may be handy, who knows?
Who knows, indeed. Thank you, dear friend. And have your man bring my tickets to the hotel at once. Who is it? Come in.
Thank you.
Who sent you?
The shoemaker.
Can you identify yourself?
Here is my card, madame. Plain white, as you see, with a grain of wheat in the center.
Have you my ticket to Berlin?
Car 806, compartment 11. Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night at midnight.
Good. Sit down. There is much for you to do.
Thank you.
6 weeks ago, on our side of the ocean, 3 German agents stole a sample of a new atomic fuel made from uranium-235.
Yes, I know. The shoemaker told me.
They also obtained the only copy of a formula on how the fuel may be used and controlled. In some way, I do not know how. 2 ounces of this metal reached Lisbon.
But it must be incredibly difficult to transport. One can't just carry radioactive material in one's hand, can one?
It is being transported in a block of lead, 9 inches square. Yesterday, it reached Geneva. I was told by the farmer that it is in a suitcase, a plain leather suitcase.
Go on.
The suitcase is in the possession of a Gestapo agent named Garben. He's staying here at the hotel, and tomorrow night he leaves for Berlin.
Are you sure he has the metal?
Naturally, we can't be positive. We only know that if the metal and that formula reaches Germany.
Our armies never will.
Exactly.
What do you want me to do?
Be on the train tomorrow night.
Basel on the Swiss border is the only stop the Geneva-Berlin Express makes, isn't it?
Right.
It's dangerous for me to be that near Germany.
Are you afraid?
I was involved in the assassination attempt on the life of Field Marshal Goering. My picture is posted in every railway station in Germany.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I have a Geiger counter built into the heels of my shoes. I will get on the train early, go directly to Garbin's compartment, and when he arrives, I will pretend it is mine.
Uh-huh.
I will try to plant my heels next to his luggage. You will be on the station platform outside. If I get a reaction, I will signal you.
How?
Let me think. What shall it be? Something you can see easily through the train window.
Will you be wearing a hat?
Yes.
If he hasn't the medal, take off your hat.
And if he has, I leave it on.
Right.
The hat is wide-brimmed gray felt. You'll see it easily.
So, no medal, take off your hat.
Mm-hmm.
And ride through to Berlin, having missed the boat completely.
Yes.
And then I won't get on the train.
Right.
Perhaps we should have another operative, someone to pose as a passenger and ride through to Berlin with you.
That's up to the shoemaker.
Anything else?
Just be standing outside the window of compartment 10, car 806, tomorrow night at 10 minutes to 12. I got a good look at Herr Garben the next day in the lobby of the hotel. He was carrying a small square suitcase. He sat quite near me with the suitcase beside him on the floor. When he left, the heavy wool carpet had a mark on it, a square mark in the nap. It was a small suitcase to be so heavy, unless it contained a piece of lead 9 inches square. At the station that night, I got on the train early and went to Garben's compartment in car 806. Through the window, I could see my Englishman standing in the shadow of a pillar, his eyes watching my hat. It drew closer and closer to midnight, and still Garben did not arrive. I could hear the station master calling the departure.
Numéro 11, à maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers sont priés de monter. Numéro 11, à maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers sont priés de monter.
Oh, excuse me, Fräulein, but I think you have made a mistake. Apartment is mine.
Oh, but that is impossible. I know I'm number 10.
Perhaps I could see your ticket.
Oh, certainly. I have it in my purse. If I can ever find it. You know how much useless equipment a woman carries. It must be here somewhere.
There is no hurry, Fräulein.
Please sit down. I'll find it in a moment.
While you look, Fräulein, this compartment is stifling. May I open the window?
Please do.
I got warm running for the train. Excuse me. There. That's better.
I shall never find it if you stand and watch me. Please put your luggage on the floor beside mine and sit down.
Thank you, Fräulein. There.
I wonder if...
What's that?
What's what?
That noise.
I heard nothing.
I could have sworn I heard something like... Oh. I should not run for trains. The ringing comes in my ears. Oh, your hat. Watch out.
A sudden gust of wind swept in the open window. My hat had a wide brim. The wind caught it and blew it off my head. It rolled to Garben's feet. This was supposed to have been our signal. If he hadn't the medal, I was to take off my hat. Outside on the station platform, I saw my English friend smile at me and then turn and walk quickly away. He thought I had signaled him that the medal was not there. In 2 seconds, our plan had been shattered. I was alone with Garben and the uranium. The next stop was Basel and the German border.
Baroness, you are delightful. Completely enchanting.
Have you forgiven me for my stupid mistake about your compartment?
You have made the evening perfect. Of course I forgive you.
Oh, it is late. I must get some sleep.
Nonsense. It is not often I have such pleasure. A woman like you, beautiful, charming, witty, traveled. Please, stay.
Do you suppose we could get some coffee?
Of course. I'll ring.
Look, a friend of mine gave me a special treat today. Sugar, 6 whole lumps.
We shall have a feast. Oh, I haven't had sugar in coffee for weeks.
Will they have any cream?
We can hope for the best. Come in.
You rang, sir?
Yeah. We wish coffee for 2. And, have you chicken?
No, sir. Canned beef?
Then beef, but thin sandwiches. With coffee for 2.
Yes, sir.
What are you smiling at?
The coffee, sir. It is very bad. Ersatz. We make it from anything. Grain, wheat. We buy our coffee from farmers.
From farmers?
Yes, Fräulein. Would you prefer tea?
No, I'll try the coffee.
I do. Hurry, please.
Yes, sir, at once.
Before we have our coffee, will you excuse me? I will freshen up. My hands are filthy from the dust.
I shall miss you, Baroness. But I shall also look forward to your return.
Oh, I'm only going next door to my compartment.
Even that is too far.
I won't be a moment. Waiter.
Yes?
In my compartment, quickly, number 11. Inside, quickly.
Yes, Fräulein.
Who are you?
The farmer sent me.
How?
Through the shoemaker.
Have you a card?
White with a grain of wheat.
Do you know about this?
Yes. You want his suitcase?
Yes. Thank God you are here. I had a signal that went wrong. My head blew off.
Has he the metal?
Yes.
What are you going to do?
I have some of the shoemaker's sugar. I'll put it in his coffee.
Supposing he doesn't take sugar?
I asked him. He said he did.
I had better get out of here.
Bring us the coffee, then come back in half an hour. We'll have to do something with his body. When do we get to customs?
Oh, less than that, about 20 minutes.
Then come back in 15. We'll have to get his body off the train before the customs men come aboard.
Oh, somebody is ringing for me. I have got to go.
All right.
Be careful.
Yes.
All right, all right.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Come in here, please.
Someone is ringing, sir.
Come in.
Oh.
Yes, I would shoot you. Come in.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Now, shut the door behind you. I am not a fool, young man. I know about the farmer. I know about the wheat. I have not been in the Gestapo 8 years for nothing. Question? Who is she?
I don't know.
Is she with you?
No, I swear it. I have never seen her before in my life.
I think you are lying. Pull down the berth.
What?
The berth. The upper berth. Pull it down.
I don't understand.
Pull it down.
Yes, sir. It's fixed.
Hurry. Good. My friend, I have a silencer on my gun. The train is noised. I have not much time. The Baroness will be back in a moment. If you tell me the truth, you can go. If you don't, I will shoot you, shove your body into the berth, and close it. Now you have 2 seconds to decide.
I swear, I have never seen her. Never.
You're lying.
No, no.
What on earth is that waiter doing with our coffee?
Oh, he's probably busy. He won't be long. Oh, they are coming into Basel. But doubtless he's waiting until after the customs men get on.
Are we at Basel already?
It is the company, Baroness, that gives wings to time.
Well, we have to get out?
No, the customs men get on the train.
Not even a breath of air?
They only stop for a moment.
Some fresh air would do me...
You seem very anxious to get off the train, Baroness. Are you nervous about something?
Nervous? Why should I be?
Smuggling something, perhaps?
Do I look like a smuggler?
Appearances are deceptive. What were you doing in Switzerland?
Skiing.
For long?
A couple of weeks. I had a wonderful vacation.
It must be nice to have a vacation. For years, I have not had the time.
Reise passe bitte.
The customs men, excuse me, Baroness.
Reise passe bitte. Dankeschön. Passport, please.
Certainly.
Ah, Herr Garben, this is an honor. I trust you have a pleasant journey.
Stamp it, will you?
Certainly.
Dankeschön.
Now, madame, your passport, if you please. No, it will not be necessary to look at the luggage if you are with Herr Garben. Just your passport.
Here it is.
Thank you. Yeah, it's quite in order. And next time, Baroness, stay longer. And fly into our beautiful Switzerland on one night and leave the next reflects on our hospitality. Bonsoir. Guten Abend, Herr Garben.
Guten Abend. Sit down, Baroness.
I think I should go to bed.
Sit down. You are on German soil now. I can have you locked in this compartment until we reach Berlin. Good. I am glad you're going to be reasonable. So cruelty we will not resort to. The arm I will not twist. Guns I shall not threaten with, but you will answer me quickly and truthfully.
I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking.
You fly in last night, take the train out tonight. You say you were skiing for 2 weeks. Why do you lie?
I'm merely traveling to Berlin. I want the rest of the night to sleep.
When did you ski? Then your passport says...
Give me that passport. You have no right to...
Then your passport says... Ah, yes. Exit Tempelhof Airport last night, re-entry Basel tonight. When did you ski, Baroness? I'm sure only a very special assignment would call for such haste. Is that assignment myself?
I refuse to talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before that treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk.
Baroness, the next stop is Berlin. And you are alone. Your friend Zaveda is dead. His body is shut in my upper berth.
No.
That startles you, doesn't it? Is there a tremor in those beautiful eyes, Baroness? Is it terror? Is it? There is no need of terror, Baroness. Everything can be avoided if you answer a few questions. Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? Who is the farmer?
Over and over and over. All the way to Berlin. All night long. I had lost. There was no escape. The Gestapo would break me. They can break anybody. I remembered what I had been told.
If you have to kill, kill.
But what weapon? I had no weapon. I could not kill him with my bare hands. And then, in the early morning, when we were slowing down to stop at Central Station in Berlin, the train jerked sharply. The car lurched. The weight of the body in the upper berth caused it to swing suddenly downwards. For perhaps 5 seconds, Garden was dazed, but it was long enough. I found my weapon. So harmless, so simple. Something only a woman would carry. I held it in front of his eyes.
Baroness, I please, in the name of...
Don't say his holy name, Herr Garben. Say rather in the name of my husband, whom your troops hung head downwards outside our halls in Vienna until the blood burst in his brain.
No!
No! I was suddenly very calm. I stepped over his body, took the heavy suitcase, and got off the train. The farmer himself met me. The metal and the formula are now on our side of the ocean. And I am back at my job as a manicurist in the Adlon Hotel.
When I need a manicure, Fräulein, I always come to you. You're so expert. No one else can shape my nails like this.
Well, it is the files, Frau von Blum. I get them specially made, very long and thin, and the best steel. They have many uses. Many uses, Fräulein? Yes. If a man molested you, a nail file in the eyes would be... Fräulein. Would you like to try this new polish? It's called Blood Red.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC presentation, Top Secret. And here she is to tell you about next week's show.
Next week's story concerns a theft by a dead man who never died, a seamstress who didn't talk, and a lichen begleiter, a corpse carrier. It is a story that has been up till now top secret.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. The program, in part transcribed, was purely fictional and was written by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey tonight was Carl Emery as Herr Garbin. Others in the cast were Leon Janney, Bill Lipton, Francis Bethencourt, Paul Levitt, and Connie Lemke. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. This is Fred Collins speaking. Every Thursday night, radio listeners can hear for themselves a startling yet authentic dramatization of the step-by-step solution of an actual crime. Dragnet tells the story of your police force at work and in action. Dragnet is taken from police files of a great American city, and NBC is proud to present it to you for your pleasure. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Exciting news for Buenos Aires, Costa, Brazil brings you showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.